must begin.
What you think that you think that you think that we think is cool. You think that you think that you think that you think you think
But it's clear that it must begin.
Hello, 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 folks. How are we doing today? I hope everybody's having a great weekend. I am so excited for today's stream. We had such a fun time last weekend, and I cannot wait to do some more web scraping with Python today. So I hope you all are excited as I am. We're going to get started here in about 30 seconds. I will see you all shortly.
But it's clear that it must begin.
Hello, hello. How's everybody doing today? Hey, Celeste, how's it going? I hope everybody's having a great weekend so far. I hope you had a wonderful holiday. If you couldn't join us last weekend, I hope everybody had a wonderful holiday season and a happy new year as well. Happy New Year to everyone. Happy January. I don't know about you all, but I'm in that big band of super colds, nasty weather that's coming through the United States right now. So for me, this is the perfect day to be inside and streaming. It is not the day to be outside and trying to do anything. So I'm very happy to be inside and being here with you all today, not least because we're also going to be covering a wonderful topic today, more web scraping, which was so much fun last week. Hey, Sagama, good to see you. They say yes, hibernating. Yes, and Happy New Year to you as well. Also, thank you to all the followers, folks who just popped in right before the stream to follow. Lebodev, Icefire, Comax, Mose Lamek, and Running Orange. Thank you so much. Alrighty. Well, yeah, I've had a super productive sort of, I don't know, so I work for a university, so we get a little bit of a break during the holiday season. It's not quite as long as the breaks that the students get, but we do still get, kind of like government holiday type days off, even though it's not a government job. Oh my goodness, Awara, hello, welcome to the stream. Happy New Year to you as well. Good to have you here. Hey, Res Coder, good to see you. But yeah, so, I've been using these past couple weeks to get a lot of stuff done, to reorganize my house, to, go through some stuff I'd been procrastinating on. So I hope everybody else has had the chance to do some of that as well, or at least take a few days off to spend with your family. Hi, Rhett. Good to have you here. Welcome to the stream. Happy New Year to you as well. Yes, it is January. It's a time for new beginnings, resolutions, all those wonderful things. So if anybody out there in chat right now, if one of your resolutions is to learn to code, I want to highly encourage you. That's a wonderful thing to do. It's a wonderful thing to set that goal for yourself. But I want to highly encourage you to please do not spend money on a boot camp. That's a really common thing that people do. They'll go out and they'll see all these ads online to say like, hey, oh, I can learn to code. I'm just a beginner. I can learn to code start to finish in a 10-week boot camp or whatever. And it only costs me $5,000, $10,000, whatever. I've heard that from so many people. I very nearly fell into that trap myself. I very nearly dropped 10 grand on a boot camp as well. And I want to tell you that there are so many free resources out there that do exactly the same thing. Some of them do it better than a paid boot camp. Okay. So please keep that in mind. I just posted on Blue Sky. I posted on Blue Sky like 4 or 5 resources, free resources, where you can learn to code from start to finish in whatever language you choose. Could be web development, could be Python, like this course we're doing now, could be Django, could be C, whatever you choose and whatever your learning style is, there is a free resource out there for you. So please check out my post on Blue Sky. I'm Mayan Wolf at bluesky.social. You can see I got my what do they call it, handle down here at the bottom of the screen. Please check out that post on Blue Sky from today, where you can see all the free resources that you can use to learn to code this year without spending money, because your time is worth something. Your time and your energy are worth something. You should not have to spend extra money just to better yourself, just to learn something, because you're already spending your time and your energy, and that matters. That's worth something. All right, I'm gonna catch up a chat here. Rant over. Alrighty. Hey, Get Alpine. Hey, Shakespeare. Good to have you. Oh my goodness, I can't imagine how cold it is in Toronto right now. I love Canada. Canada sounds amazing, but I don't think I could live there because I cannot handle the cold. I live in the Midwest and it gets cold enough here already, so I could not live in Canada, as beautiful and wonderful as it sounds. Sagama says, the sleeping family in gaming. That's great. I love that. Hey, KP. Good to have you here. Yeah, Get says, I tripped and fell into that, meaning a boot camp, a paid boot camp. They say, I tripped and fell into that in 2020, cost $8,000. Yeah, and, it's really not necessary. Like I say, the resources I posted on Blue Sky include 100 devs. They include the Odin project. They include free code camp, and they include all the courses by the wonderful Dr. Chuck, the one of which we're taking right now. These are all free. And they all do just as good of a job. If you have just a crumb of self-motivation, you can get through these, and you don't even have to pay for something like an Udemy course or Coursera. I've done that. I've paid for I've told this story before, but I paid for a Python course on Udemy like 3 years ago or something, or 4 or 5 years ago, maybe at this point. I paid for a Python course on one of those sites, Coursera, I think, and I don't remember any of it. Versus this course that we've been doing right here today, I've already been using Python. That Coursera course that I took, I don't remember a single crumb, and I paid for that. I don't remember how much it cost, but I paid for it. Versus this is free, and I'm already using Python in my daily life. So, just because you can spend money on something doesn't mean it's going to be any better than all the dozens of free resources that are out there that you can access today. So don't delay, start today. If your goal is to learn to code, you can do it right now, and you don't have to spend any money. And oh yeah, and Celeste says, I've been enjoying the free stuff on Scrimba. Sure, yeah, absolutely. And sometimes people might say, but I want to get like a certificate. I want to get, I want to have a piece of paper. I want to have a digital badge that says, hey, you did good, you finished this. Awesome. I will say that's not really something that you need to get a job, but if that's something that you want, Free Code Camp now offers a certificate. So if you really want a cert, Free Code Camp does it, and it's free. So, there's no excuses, right? Sometimes we use cost, or, sometimes we can use that to as a sort of a barrier to entry that we put up for ourselves, to say, oh, but I can't afford it. I'll get started next month, right? No excuses. All these free resources are out there. Check my Blue Sky, click on those, and get started. Shakespeare says, Vancouver is much warmer than the rest of Canada, high cost of living. Yeah, I've heard that. I have heard that. Hey, Nijo, welcome. Good to have you here. Ninja says, I agree. I have a bunch of unread courses on Udemy. Hey, I appreciate the honesty. I appreciate the honesty. Yeah. And I think that's happened to all of us, right? Because, they've done studies on this where just the act of paying for something feels like an accomplishment, but you haven't actually done anything. All you've done is put money on the table, right? All you've done is cost yourself something. You haven't actually gained anything from that purchase, but it feels like you have. And so it gives your brain that like false sense of accomplishment. Versus, with these free resources, you don't get anything, unless you actually put the time in and do the work, which I think is far more beneficial. Git says that's the 80s and 90s education capitalism talking. Yeah, yeah. That's why I always like to remind people that, everything else in our society tells us that we aren't worth anything unless we put money down, right? It's like our time is useless unless we're paying for that time, unless we're putting money down. Whereas no, your effort and your attention and your energy, if you're choosing to apply that energy to something, then that's worth something in return. You should get something for that. You shouldn't have to also pay money. Oh, nice. Thank you, Celeste. Yeah, they say if you want to learn algorithms and data structures, Structy has a free tier. So Scrimba and Structy, those are two other free resources that you can learn as well. Especially, yeah, I like that you mentioned that for data structures and algorithms, because some of these courses are more like applied. Oh, and the other one I forgot to mention, sorry, is Harvard CS50 as well. If what you're after is a more like college level or college style computer science education, then CS50 is your friend. It is a free Harvard course that you can take, which kind of gives you that college style theory-based computer science education, if that's what you're looking for. The other courses that I posted on Blue Sky are more, yeah, go ahead and link it, Celeste. Thank you for asking. The other courses that I posted on Blue Sky are more like applied, like get in there, start building stuff, get clients, whatever. Whereas CS50 is more, theory, very, fundamentals of computer science type course. So it just depends on what you want to achieve. And Celeste there has linked structy.net for data structures and algorithms as well. That I will admit that is one thing where I am lacking is data structures and algorithms knowledge. Even though I'm working as a senior developer, my route to becoming a developer was very much applied. So, and I don't mean applied like applied to jobs. I mean applied like I don't have a formal like education background in CS. Everything I've learned on the job, working in various roles. And so I don't have a good data structures and algorithms foundation. And so that's one area where I could improve. And so I'm definitely going to look at that Structy free tier to see if that's something that, it can help me with, because I'm sure as heck not going to pay for it. I'm not going to go back to school for that because I don't need to, right? If I can do it for free online. So yeah, that's one place where I definitely could improve. And so I'll check out that Structy platform. Thank you for sharing that, Celeste. Yeah, and if anybody else has other resources other than the ones that I posted or ones that you'd like to share, feel free to drop them in chat. Shakespeare says, David Milan is so enthusiastic when he teaches CS50. I go back and watch some of the videos sometimes just to get fired up about programming. Yeah, that's great. Learning should be fun. And that's one of my goals with what we do here on this channel is that learning should be fun. And, it should be a joyous experience to discover new things. And so that's awesome to hear. I like that. I haven't done CS50 myself, but that is really cool. That makes me more interested in potentially doing it someday. Because again, yeah, I'm missing a lot of that theoretical foundation for what I know about coding. Hey, Sasan, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. And speaking of joyful learning, what are we doing today? Well, we are continuing our Python series. And oh yeah, and thank you for sharing the link for Scrimba as well, Celeste. I appreciate that. Yes, awesome. Yeah, so we are continuing our free Python series. This is Python for everyone. Or sorry, Python for everybody, my apologies. Python for everybody, it's part of the Programming for Everybody series that was created by Dr. Chuck at the University of Michigan. He's wonderful. He's popped into my streams a few times to give some feedback, and I appreciate that. And yeah, I mean, it's been great so far, and it is free. So if you do !project in chat, you can get a link to the course we're doing. And anybody can join, and you can study not just Python, but you can study C, you can study Django, you can study PHP, you can study SQL, whatever you're interested in. It is free. You can pick it up. Okay, but we are looking at so we've covered most of the basics of Python, and today we're going to be looking more at using web services, and particularly doing web scraping. So last week we learned the basics of doing web scraping in HTML, which is great. It was so much fun. I love that. So we learned how to do fetch requests, and we learned how to then basically get an HTML file back, and then dig into and parse that HTML file and return only the information that we wanted and needed, and then quantify that information. So that was super fun. And we're going to kind of continue in that theme today, really looking at, okay, what can we do besides HTML? Well, if you're familiar with web programming at all, you'll know that XML and JSON are huge parts of interacting with web locations like APIs and that kind of thing. So if we want to use Python to interface with APIs, we're going to have to learn how to ingest and digest things like JSON objects, XML files, that type of thing. Git says JSON is so cool. Yeah, it is. It is. Especially if you're familiar with JavaScript, if you're coming from a JavaScript background, you're probably pretty familiar with JSON. You might be less familiar with XML. Although XML is very important on the web and also outside of the web too. I'll tell you that, one of the programs I work with, so I build ETL pipelines at work, and some of the software that we use that is installed on our machines, it's not like a browser-based software at all. It still builds all of its, we'll say, packages as XML files. And so if you want to edit one of those packages without using the software itself, if you need to go in and, I don't know, change an attribute or something without using the software, you're editing an XML file. And so you'll discover XML being used outside of, websites and web platforms in some cases, and it could be useful to understand and know how to manipulate it. I've already thought about, how can I use Python to work more fluently with these XML files. Yeah. Alrighty. So any questions before we get started? As always, we're going to start with a quiz. Oh my goodness. Eric B is president 87 and Monarch. Thank you so much for the subs. My alerts don't always work, so I have a special alert for you all. Thank you to you both. Eric B is president. Thank you for the sub. And Monarch 365, thank you for the sub as well. Great to have you here, and thank you so much. Shakespeare says, just a heads up, my IP got banned by Indeed when I used Beautiful Soup to poke around. Oof, yeah. Beware of sites with anti-scraping policies. Yeah. Some sites are going to be, they're going to protect against that. And so, yeah, if you are using Beautiful Soup, we covered Beautiful Soup last week. It's essentially the kind of the package that Python uses to go in and scrape web data. And we're going to be using it again today, probably. Yeah, just be careful about that. Nijo says, is it easy to run Python scripts from Node.js? That's not something we've done yet in this course. I don't know if we will, but my assumption is that it would not be hard. And in fact, you don't even really need, Node to do things like fetch requests and communicate with APIs, as we're going to discover today. You can do it directly in Python. But my guess is it's not difficult, given how well Python already works with APIs. Let's see. Yeah, that would be my recommendation. Is if you're not sure if your IP is gonna get banned or whatever. If you're trying to I'm not trying to police what you're gonna scrape, and I don't need to know, but VPNs are your friend in general for this type of thing. Yeah. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and get started. As always, we're going to start with a quiz. And if you're new here, please don't panic. Don't leave. It's okay. We're going to start with a quiz just over what we covered last week. And if you weren't here last week, that's fine. It's okay. The only reason we do these quizzes is just to see how much we've retained from the previous week's lesson. It's not a challenge. It's not a test. It's literally just, hey, how's our retention? Do we remember what we learned? And if you weren't here last week, then you can learn along with us. And we can, answer the questions. We're going to answer all the questions together. It's not a competition. It's not a race. We're just going to answer the questions together and go through and see what we remember. And then once we've done that, once we've aced the quiz, then we're going to go into our next lesson on web scraping XML and JSON. Git says, not to derail, but do you find it somewhat easy to retain knowledge across Python, JS, Node, React, and all the other bits? I wouldn't say easy, but I would say that, again, the foundation of learning is repetition and application. That's what we say all the time, right? How do you learn stuff? You repeat it and you apply it. And so as long as I go back occasionally and revisit those topics and apply them and do something with them, I repeat things that I've learned in the past and I apply them, then I can keep a working knowledge of all those things. And that, all the things that I do here on stream are not what I do for my day job, right? My day job is completely different. I do SQL, I do ETL pipelines. I work with C# and .NET and all these things that I don't do here on stream. And so for me, it's just, as long as I go back and repeat it occasionally, then I'm going to keep a working knowledge. Am I going to remember everything I ever learned on those topics? Heck no. But that's what Google is for, right? So, it's more about just, hey, do I have enough to just kind of keep a running knowledge, a working knowledge of those things? Yeah. And just being kind to yourself if you don't remember something, just being like, oh, well, I guess I need to apply that more often so I don't forget it again. Yeah. All right, let's head into the quiz real quick here. Icefire says, sometimes I miss the syntax between them. Absolutely. For the life of me, I cannot remember comment syntax, like how to write a comment in all these different languages between JavaScript, CSS, HTML, Python, SQL, C#, all these different languages. I cannot remember how to write comments and I forget every single time. So yeah, that's my Achilles heel. Okay, let's get started here. What do we call it when a browser uses the HTTP protocol to load a file or page from a server and display it in the browser? Is it A, Internet Protocol, B, the request response cycle, C, SMTP, D, DECnet, or E, IMAP? What do we think, chat? What do we call it when the browser uses HTTP to load a file or page from a server and display it in the browser? Even if you didn't join us last week, if you're familiar with JavaScript and doing like web apps with JavaScript, some of this is probably going to be familiar to you as well. What do we think, chat? Icefire says B, Ninja says 2. And it's okay to guess too. All right, Git says 2. Yeah, I think I would agree with that. Butcher Storm, welcome to the stream. Yeah, and you say 2, you say B as well. Yeah, welcome to the stream, Butcher Storm. I would agree with that as well. Yeah, because again, if you're familiar with JavaScript, that's going to ring a bell. And that every time we build a, like a GET request or any kind of a communication with an outside service, we're going to be using the two parameters that we're going to define in that function are going to be request and response, because it's the request response cycle, right? We send a request to a server and some kind of an external location. And what we receive back is a response, and that's what displays in the browser. Yeah. All right, what separates the HTTP headers from the body of the HTTP document? Thank you so much for the follow, Kuku Bendu. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you. All right, so what separates the HTTP headers from the body? Is it A, an X-end header, true, B, a less than sign indicating the start of an HTML tag, C, 4 dashes, or D, a blank line? This one's a little trickier, especially if you've not looked at, like full responses before. What do we think, chat? Any guesses? Ooh, we've got a nice spread here. I like it. Maiva says, I'm thinking A. Alien Pear says B. Iced Fire says D. Get Alpine says B. Ooh, I like it. I like the variety. Ninja says B, maybe. Okay, get your guesses in. This is one we're actually we're gonna demonstrate this. This is one we're gonna test out since we've got such a lovely spread of responses here. I have my answer that I think it is, but we're gonna confirm this one. And there's nothing wrong with doing that. There's nothing wrong with saying, hey, let me just double check this. So my answer that I'm gonna say, and I'll tell you this before we test it, so you know I'm not BSing you. My answer is gonna be D. I believe it is a blank line. But we're going to just give this a quick test. I believe we have a script here that we can use, maybe. Let's see. My business, they're so excited to see what it'll be. I like that. Yeah. We should be able to use one of these. Let's see. If not, I can, I'm seeing if I just have a pre-written script here that we can use. If not, I'll just copy it from the chapter. So we'll just do that real quick. I don't want to mess around with, you know, trying to hack a script together here. We can just copy one from, aha, here we go. Okay. Yeah, we can just grab this guy and create a new file here real quick. I should have said HTTP response, but that's all right. Save that. And we'll do pi. And I'll pull this over so y'all can see it better in 1 second. Rec.pi. Oops. Okay, here we go. So what this should give us is a full HTML, or sorry, HTTP response and body. All right, so what do we see here? What do we think, chat? We have the header and we have the body of that response. So what's the answer? You don't have to give me the letter. You can just, so what is separating the head from the body here? Icefire says, I see a blank line. Yes. So as we see here, the header is followed by a blank line, and then we see the body. And the important thing to remember here is that what we're getting back when we do this request, in this case, is not raw HTML. In this case, it's just text. This is just a text file. That's all we asked for. So you can see here, you know, just plain text is their response. There's no HTML, but the separator here is a blank line. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that was a tricky one, right? But in this case, it is a blank line. Negative points incoming. No. There's nothing wrong with saying, hey, this seems logical. I'm going to throw that answer out there. Yep. And the fun part is that when we get a nice when there's any uncertainty around the answer, that's when we get to test it out. That's when we get to test our knowledge and say, hey, what do we remember here? Can we apply this? Yeah. Alrighty. Which of the following is most similar to a TCP port number? Is it A, a telephone number, B, a telephone extension, C, the GPS coordinates of a building, D, the distance between two locations, or E, a street number in an address? This is interesting. I don't think this was directly covered in the chapter. So what do we think? Which of the following is most similar to a TCP port number? So as a reminder, when we're saying port here, in this case, for example, we're connecting to a web page here, and then we're specifying a port. So that's what a port number looks like. So what do we think? Icefire says maybe telephone number. What do we think? Ninja says maybe a street number and an address. Null says B. Alien says B. Yeah, I'm thinking, and this is a little bit subjective, maybe we might get this wrong, but I'm thinking B in this case because I'm seeing the web page or the web address as kind of like the telephone number. And then once you've connected to that, then you say, okay, now in this organization or in this entity, where exactly do you want to go, or what exactly do you want to connect to? So it's like, okay, this is the general location, and then here's the specific place. So more like an extension. Yeah, but it could be a street number too. Yeah. And I mean, I could be thinking about that incorrectly. So let's just do a quick control. I've made my guess, but let's just do a quick control F in the chapter. Oh, port. Let's see. Is there TCP? Yeah, so TCP isn't even discussed in there. So this might just be more of a sort of a Hail Mary kind of a subjective guess. So I don't remember this being discussed at all. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Sargi. Good to have you here. Yeah. Icefire says, I've noticed some answers are in the videos or slides instead of the reference. Okay, that could be in this case. We're not going to take the time to go parse through all the videos just to try to find this one answer. I feel like, you know, you could argue for most of these. Stoltz, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I'm going to say telephone extension. Oh, Sarji says, literally just started my Python journey yesterday. That's awesome. Always been interested, but never took the time to learn or read into it. Very excited. Yeah, we've been doing some, especially in the past couple weeks here, we've been doing some really fun stuff. We did some awesome web scraping last week, which is what we're quizzing ourselves over right now. And we're going to do some more web scraping today. So as soon as we finish this quiz, we're going to go scrape some XML. We're going to scrape some JSON from some APIs. And we're even going to get to build our own like Google Maps or OpenStreetMap thing today, maybe. So should be pretty cool. Yeah, glad you're here with us today. All right, so we're going to go with this. We might get it wrong, but we'll see. All right, what must you do in Python before opening a socket? What must we do in Python before opening a socket? A, import socket. B, socket equals true. C, import TCP socket. D, import TCP. Or E, open socket. Yeah, everybody's saying A because you can literally see it here. You can literally see it here at the top of my code. Import socket. Yeah. So that was a bit of a softball, which is deserved after the last one. All right. In a client-server application on the web using sockets, which must come up first? Ooh, good question. A, server. B, it does not matter. Or C, client. Sagama says A. Butcherstorm says C. Get Alpine says A. Maiva says C. Ninja coming in with the home run there on B. I like it. Gotta have a tiebreaker now, folks. Oh wait, no, I think A is the tiebreaker. Yeah, I'm not 100% on this one. I'm gonna say A though. Just based on what just based on my experience, building like web applications. Oh, X says sockets are bidirectional. I was thinking more of like, okay, spinning up first. If I have a client application that's trying to hit a server, then if the server isn't running, I can't do anything. Yeah. This will be interesting. I'm not sure on this one. I'm going to say server, but I'm, hey, we could be wrong here. Yeah. In this one, yeah, the phrasing on this one is a little bit, yeah, it's a little bit ambiguous, I think, in terms of, like, I'm thinking in terms of, if when I build a web application, if the server isn't running, my application can't function. Whereas the server can function without the client. Yeah, it's a weird question. Yeah. Let me just do a quick control F on this. Again, I'm not too like invested in whether or not we get the right answer, but yeah, and yeah, if the client is configured correctly, the client will keep retrying. Yeah, but I'm not sure. All right, let's see. Let's go back up to the top here. Whoop. Yeah, there was a discussion about protocol, that type of thing, but I don't think it was mentioned. Again, this might have been something in one of the videos. I don't know. So I don't feel bad if we get it wrong because it wasn't in the material. Okay, which of the following TCP sockets is the most commonly used for web protocol HTTP? This one we should be able to answer. Yeah, this one we should be able to answer based on just what we've done previously with our code. Yeah, is it 25, 119, 80, 23, or 22? Yeah, everybody's saying C. I would agree with that. That's the port that we used for all the code we wrote. Watch Me Lurking says, good day, are you taking an exam? Kind of. We're doing a self-quiz. This isn't really an exam, like to get a grade or a certificate. This is just a quiz on some material that we covered last week, because when you're learning something new, one of the best things you can do for yourself is, after you've learned it, or you think you've learned it, the best thing you can do is wait a little while and go back and test yourself on the information, because that tells you whether or not you've actually learned it. So we're doing a self-assessment right now. Sargi says, out of interest, what career are you in? Or is this a hobby you've always enjoyed? I'm happy to get into that. Let's finish this quiz first, and then I'll talk a little bit about that, okay? Yeah, I'm happy to talk about it. We'll finish the quiz first, and then I'll answer the question. All right, question 7. Which of the following is most like an open socket in an application? A, the chain on a bicycle. B, the ringer on a telephone. C, an in-progress phone conversation. D, fiber optic cables. Or E, the wheels on an automobile. What is an open socket most like? What do we think? Again, more of a subjective question. Yeah, I'm seeing folks saying C, and I'm gonna go. I agree with that, because essentially an open socket is like information, it's information going back and forth. There can be pauses in the conversation, but an open sock is essentially sending and receiving, sending and receiving, sending and receiving. It's bidirectional. So I'm going to say C, an in-progress phone conversation. This feels a bit like SAT questions where they're asking you for like very subjective stuff, and I don't know, it feels a little bit different than some of the other quizzes. Oh, no worries, Sargi. Yeah, feel free. Let me know when you're back so I can answer the question. X says, you're a very nice person. I drop in once in a while and you light up my day. Oh, thank you, X. That's very nice of you. Okay, what does the H on HTTP stand for? You could probably, a lot of us probably know this one, even if you weren't here before. Everybody says D D D D D. Yeah. Yeah, I would say, yeah, because the whole thing stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, right? And so they don't have hyper, so the closest best answer is hypertext. Although I like this one, Holsitic. I don't even know what that. I don't even think that's a word. Yeah. Hey, Mattel, good to see you. All right, almost done, folks. What is an important aspect of an application layer protocol like HTTP? So what is an important aspect of an application layer protocol like HTTP? Which application talks first, client or server? How long do we wait before packets are retransmitted? what is the IP address for a domain, or how much memory does the server need to serve requests? What do we think? X says B. Yeah, this one's another tough one. We got some folks saying A, some folks saying B. Yeah, because it's asking about the protocol here, right? So I think we can rule out C because this is going to be dependent on your individual program, right? This depends on the type of request, so it has nothing to do with the protocol. Got folks saying A. Yeah, I mean, I could go with either A or B. But yeah, I think the crux here is, as X says, application layer. So I would say A in this case. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be I don't think it's going to be C or D. I think we can rule those out. Those are kind of code dependent, right? That's not really part of the protocol. Those are going to be dependent on your code. I think it could be either A or B. Yeah. Okay, I'll go with what X is saying here. We'll see if that's right. Okay, finally, last two questions here. What are the three parts of this URL? I assume they mean here, this part here, first part, second part, and third part. So protocol, host, and document, document, page, and protocol, page, offset, and count, protocol, document, and offset, or host, offset, and page. What do we think? Yeah, everybody's saying A, and I would agree with that. So just going in order, HTTP, we know that's the protocol, right? So it's either going to be A or D. And then the next part here, this is the hosting site. So it's not the document itself. This is the document here. So yeah, third part is actually this. Sorry, I highlighted the wrong thing earlier. Third part is this. This is the document. So protocol, host, and document. Yep. All right. When you click on an anchor tag in a web page like below, what HTTP request is sent to the server? Oh. So this is just a paragraph tag. It says, please click, and then we have an anchor tag with a link and then a closing tag. So no matter what type of programming you're familiar with, you're probably going to know this answer. Is it an A, a put, B, get, C, info, D, post, or E, delete? Even if you're coming from a JavaScript background, you should know this one. Yeah, it's a get, right? It's a get. Okay, folks. Now, when I click submit here, it's likely that we may have missed one or two answers, and that is okay. I feel like this quiz was a lot more subjective than some of the other ones are. And so if we miss something, that is fine. We will come back later and we will retake the quiz. Yeah, hardest quiz so far. I agree. So if we can get like at least 70-80% on this one, I will be very happy because I feel like we aced all the questions that were legitimately in the material, and then some of the more subjective, is a horse like a duck kind of questions we didn't necessarily, maybe not necessarily got right. So it's okay if we miss something. We'll come back and we'll retake it again as many times as we need to until we get all of them right. Okay? So just setting expectations here when we click submit. It's okay if we miss some. All right, here we go, folks. I want to make sure I answered everything first. Hang on. Yes, we have answers for everything. 33% of always just above the pass grade. What? Chat. What did we just do? Holy cow, chat. We got all the questions right. My redeemed first try. Yes. Good job, chat. Look at that. We did it, guys. Let's keep the tempo going. Absolutely. Great job, everybody. We worked together and we did it. Even the weird, hard questions that we weren't sure about. Good job, folks. All right. With that energy, yes, let's keep it cooking. Oh my goodness. All right. Yeah, definitely a W for chat. Good job, everybody. We did it together. We went with our gut sometimes, and our gut was correct. And what that tells us is that we truly, even though we didn't have all the answers to necessarily look up, that tells us that we have a good grasp of the information because we were able to extrapolate from what we did know into the answers that were less clear. And so that shows a good grasp of the information. Cloud Denny, by the way, Cloud Denny, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. I didn't say welcome when you first joined, but thank you so much for joining. And also Stoltz, thank you for the follow as well. Sorry I missed that earlier. Silly, thank you so much for the sub. Wow. Thank you, Silly AU. I appreciate that. Oh, I got my follower thing on there twice on this screen for some reason. I don't know. I'm bad at Streamlabs. Thank you for the follow, Butcher Storm. Neo Trinity says, hello, what is the use of network programming in Python? Yeah, so essentially Python is a really great language for data analysis, data science. It's probably the most common, and it's a really great general purpose language as well. It's pretty easy to pick up. You can use it for doing some really advanced data analytics tasks. And so the purpose of network programming with Python is that you can go out to websites, or you can go to web pages or web sources, and you can extract the contents of those web sources. Maybe it's text, maybe it's HTML, maybe it's XML, maybe it's JSON, and you can write very simple Python code to quickly read through the contents of that web data and extract information from it. Maybe you're trying to do a histogram. Maybe you are trying to get statistics. Maybe you're trying to, for example, I'm going to be using these skills to scrape a website that does not have an API. So there's no API. We're going to have to scrape it manually to get thousands of records to input into a database. And to do that by hand would be incredibly difficult. And so when we're saying network programming, it's not necessarily that we're, building networking structures with Python, although you can, but it's more about how do we go out to web sources and extract data from them. It's extremely useful for that. Yeah, it's a great glue language. Yeah, exactly. I would agree with that. Yeah, Mattel. It must be a platypus. Exactly. Celeste says, I love your Mindwolf sub avatar. Oh yeah, I looked through a lot of GIFs for that. For that specific one. I had to find just the right GIF for my subscribers. Oh yeah, and as X says, there's an XKCD comic for everything. Go ahead and check that out if you want to learn a little bit about what Python is about. Yeah. Okay, there was something else I was going to say. Sarji, are you back? You had asked a question earlier, and I told you I was gonna answer it, but I don't want to answer it if you're not here. You're here, okay. So earlier, Sarji asked the question, what career are you in, or is this a hobby you've always enjoyed? Yeah, so the condensed version is this is my career, not Python, but in my day job, I am essentially a senior data engineer with a university. So we maintain their central data systems, very back end. I build like ETL pipelines, so extract, transform, load, basically getting data from point A to point B. Really heavy data back end stuff. So something like Python really interests me because it's right up my alley in terms of the type of work that I do and the type of work I enjoy. I started out my career trying to be an actuary. So I don't have a computer science background, but in learning to be an actuary, I had to really learn how to use Excel, like Microsoft Excel. And Microsoft Excel is programming. If you've ever written functions or used functions or written complex formulas in Excel, you've done a little bit of programming. And so even though I don't have a formal coding background, I did get a bit of a taste of that doing data analytics in Excel. And then, I didn't want to become an actuary because health insurance sucks, as you may have heard, based on recent events here in the United States. I started out as an actuary, it sucked out my soul. And then I went into more of a general sort of data analytics route. And I kept sort of just picking up more and more analytics skills, and part of that was learning SQL. So structured query language, which is how you query databases and get information and sort of that type of thing. And I essentially just kind of kept picking up these skills by osmosis, even though I wasn't a developer. And then finally, actually, my coworkers urged me to apply for an internal position as a developer. And I was like, heck no, I don't have a computer science background. I don't have a degree, in coding. I don't have any college experience in coding. And I applied anyway. And because of my other skills, I got the job. And so you don't need a CS background. I don't have one. And in answer to the second part of your question, is this a hobby you've always enjoyed? I wouldn't say always enjoyed, because I didn't know I could be a coder until 3 years ago. That's basically when I got hired as a developer for the first time. So I've always enjoyed technology. I've enjoyed analyzing data, that type of thing. And now that I am a developer, I've loved branching out from SQL into JavaScript and Python and React and HTML and CSS and C# and all these wonderful ways that you can create stuff with code. So yeah, that's the short answer. Watch Me says, have you worked on NAS stuff? I have not personally. No, I haven't done much with like servers and stuff like that. Now it depends on what you mean by that. I mean, I interface with, I haven't like built my own NAS or anything like that. I mean, I interface with a lot of servers at work, just to pull data from one system to another. But I haven't set up my own, home, movie storage or anything like that. Oh, setting up servers at home. No, I haven't done that. No, that's not really my interest, but I'm more of like, hey, give me data, let me crunch it type of person. Ninja says, I want to engage in that area too. Oh, you mean like data analytics and stuff? Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I love data analytics. And as X says, I like Excel. I find it funny when people beat up on it. Hey, X, I love Excel. Excel, in my opinion, is the best piece of software that humanity has ever created. Microsoft Excel is the best piece of software that humanity has ever created. And anybody who disagrees can fight me. I love it. It's so versatile. It's not the best at anything, but it is the most versatile and usable by the widest amount of people. People be like, "Oh, Excel sucks. Use Python." Well, can Deborah in accounting use Python? No. Can she use Excel? Yeah. So in that case, it's applicable to a wider audience of people. So yeah, I still work in Excel. I've done streams on Excel. I think it's great. Now, am I going to use Python for a lot of stuff? Yes, but if I need to do some quick data crunching, I'm going to go back to Excel. And Ninja says, I work in MS Excel daily. Great, that's awesome. Christine says, Power BI is best. Yeah, Power BI is great. I won't deny that. I think it's more powerful than Excel, certainly. But again, the tool with the widest reach and the most accessible to the widest group of people is Microsoft Excel. More fiction. I love that. Star Fox says, more fiction has been written in Microsoft Excel than Microsoft Word. I agree with that too. Dang it, Deborah, get with the program. Git says, my partner's company is the #2 exporter of coal in the Western Hemisphere, and they use Excel. Yeah, again, it's the go-to for business and data communication. Now, is like I say, it's not the best at any of those things, but it is the go-to, and it's the easiest one for anyone to start using right now. So that's why it's the best. And if you haven't used Excel recently, I would highly suggest checking it out again, because you can now write TypeScript in Excel. You can build TypeScript functions. You can build Python functions in Excel directly. You can build macros in TypeScript and Python and execute them directly in Excel, just in a code window. So no need to learn. Yeah, right. Everybody's freaking out. No need to learn, Visual Basic or any of those custom languages. You can use TypeScript and Python in Excel now and build your own custom functions and execute them in spreadsheets. Yep. Cloud Envy says, should cloud architects bother to know coding? I would say yes. I mean, I don't know too much about like what it takes to be a cloud architect, but I think you're going to be better served if you can interact and work with the applications you're using in a coding way, right? I'm sure you're gonna have to know some coding to be a cloud architect. I'm sure there's a lot of, you can use, GUIs for a lot of things now, but if you can, it's always better to just get past the GUI and go into the guts of the thing to truly understand what's going on. Everybody's Googling TypeScript and Python in Excel. I love blowing some minds. Yep. Coordinator and Lebo, thank you so much for the follows. Cloud Denny, thank you for the follow. Lake TV says fan fiction in Excel. Yeah, some of that gets done too. All right, folks, let's go into today's lesson. I'm loving the conversation. It's great. I always love hyping up Excel whenever I get a chance. And yeah, I mean, and for me, Microsoft Excel was my introduction to coding. Whenever you're using functions in Excel, that's exactly the same as using like a function in JavaScript or Python. You can build your own custom functions in Excel, like I say, with Python or TypeScript, or Visual Basic if you want to, hurt yourself. I've built a few macros in VB in my time. Wouldn't do it again, but we've all done it. It's a rite of passage. Now you can use good languages instead. Alrighty, folks, let's go ahead and get started. As always, we're going to go through the text together. We're going to do the examples. And then when we're done, we're going to do the practice problems. All these auto graders that you see down here, we're going to do these tasks together, and we're going to see how much we understand about the information we just learned. Let's get started. All right, so using web services. This is, if you're familiar with another web language, PHP, JavaScript, whatever, some of this might seem similar to you. But I would highly suggest that, even if you think you already know this information, it's never a bad idea to review it again in a different context. So we're going to review this, what XML and JSON are, even though, I think I already know, but we're going to review it in a Python context and see how we interact with these languages in Python. Sarge says, sorry, is that website you're using free? Yes, it is. It's completely free. You can log in and track your progress if you have a Google account. But yeah, all of his courses on Python, on C, on C++, PHP, Django, SQL, they're all free. So I would highly suggest checking it out. If you want a link to the website, do !project in chat. That will give you a link to the site we're on currently. Alrighty, so once it became easy to retrieve documents and parse them over HTTP, it did not take long to develop an approach where we started producing documents that were specifically designed to be consumed by other programs. For example, not HTML to be displayed in a browser. Yeah, so that's a difference, right? We generally think of web documents as HTML. But here, I'll do project for you again there, Elwin. Welcome to the stream, by the way. I think it has a bit of a timeout. There you go. So we generally think about web documents as being HTML, but that's not always the case. Sometimes we don't want something that's going to be displayed in a browser. Sometimes we want to transfer a document for other reasons. So if we're exchanging data across the web, we might use extensible markup language, or XML. It's been in use for a very long time, and it's best suited for exchanging document-style data. When programs just want to exchange dictionaries, lists, or other internal information with each other, they can use JSON. So the difference here, XML is more for document-style data, while if we just want to exchange sort of individual objects or chunks of internal data, then we might use JSON. So we're going to look at both formats. XML is going to look similar to HTML, but XML is more structured. So for example, here is an example of an XML document. We can see that if you're familiar with HTML, we've got open and close tags, but you're going to notice that it's a little bit different than HTML. So in this case, we can define our own kind of XML objects, right? We're saying the definition of a person is between these person tags. The definition of a name is between these name tags. The definition of a phone is between these phone tags. And here's an email address or an email sort of attribute, right? So it's kind of like we're defining these parts of the document with our own custom tags. So each pair of opening and closing tags represents an element or a node with the same name as the tag. Each element can have some text, some attributes, and other nested elements. So just like HTML in that regard, except we're defining our own elements and our own nodes. If an XML element is empty, then it may be depicted by a self-closing tag. Often it is helpful to think of a XML document as a tree structure where there is a top element and other tags are drawn as children of their parents. So again, similar to HTML, think about like the document tree in HTML, except we are kind of defining our own hierarchical elements within the tree. Okay, thank you for the follow, Galipalid, by the way. Good to have you here. So how do we parse XML? Here's a simple application that parses some XML and extracts some data elements from the XML. So we can import an element tree as ET. So keep that in mind. When we see ET, it's not extraterrestrial, it's element tree. And then we're defining some XML here and saying, hey, this is our sort of XML structure. And then we're saying, okay, create the tree from the string that we've defined. So we've said, all right, data, this is a string of data, multi-line data with XML elements. From that string, create the element tree. So it's like we're going through this string and we're mapping the data. Now that we have that data mapped, we can go through it and we can print specific elements from the tree. So we have our tree defined. We can go into the tree. We can find a specific element. So it's going to go in through the tree. It's going to say, okay, not person. Oh, name, here it is. And then we say, all right, from this element, print the text. Or from here, we're going to say print from the tree, find the email element, and get the hide attribute. So chat, I'll scroll up a little bit, so no spoilers. From this, just from this line here, what is this get hide going to print? What do we think? Just by looking at this defined element here and then saying, all right, what is this going to print? Null and X say yes. Yeah, and I think I would agree with that, right? Because we're going into the tree. We're finding the email element, which is right here. And we're looking for the hide attribute. So what is the value of that hide attribute? The value of the hide attribute is yes. And that's what I think this is going to do. So we can create, again, as a reminder, we can create multi-line strings with triple quotes. And then calling from string converts our string representation into a tree of XML elements. When the XML is in a tree, we have a series of methods that we can call to extract portions of the data from the string. The find function searches through the XML tree and retrieves the element that matches the specified tag. Yeah, so from the name element, we're pulling the value of Chuck. And then from the attribute, from the email element, we're going for the specific value of the attribute, which is yes. No worries, Sarge. Great to have you here. Also, Sarge, all of my streams are recorded, so you can go back and watch the recording on Twitch anytime. And then before they expire, I move them over to YouTube. So if you want to link to my YouTube channel where my archive is, if you want to see the earlier broadcasts in this series, you can do !YouTube and get a link to my YouTube channel. I do need to move over everything past part 6 of this series over to YouTube, but those videos are ready to go. I just need to publish them. Yeah, so check out my YouTube. Action says, can we discuss the topic after lecture is done? Markup versus markdown? Yeah, sure. Just remind me. Yeah, of course, Sarge. Absolutely. Great to have you here. Oh, no worries. Actually, yeah, no, never feel the need to stay up for my stream. That's why I record them. I love having you here, but you shouldn't be here if it's hurting, your health, right? You should get sleep, you should get food. So whatever your schedule is, make sure you're keeping to that and, watch the recordings if you need to. That's perfectly fine. Okay, so we can basically extract elements from from XML, right? But what we can also do is loop through nodes. And from my experience with XML, this is what I've seen, is that you're going to have essentially kind of like HTML. Think about like an HTML on a web page. You're going to have, maybe dozens of paragraph tags, right? A new paragraph tag for each paragraph. It's going to be similar with something like XML. So let's say you have an XML document with information about 100 people. Well, each of those entries is going to have a person tag, right? And so you're going to need to be able to loop through those tags and extract the data you want from each tag. And we're actually going to be doing this in the project I'm going to be building. We're going to have essentially just repeated elements over and over and over again. And we're going to need to be able to loop through those elements and pull out the same details from each one: name, description, etc. So often XML has multiple nodes. We're going to need to write a loop to process all of the nodes. So we're going to loop through all these user nodes here. In this case, we're defining this stuff element, and it has 2 users in it. It has an outside user tag here. And then we have 2 users. So user x equals 2, user x equals 7. And they each have an ID and a name. And so we need to loop through those nodes to extract all the details from each node. And so what we can do is we can convert it to an element tree. And then we want to say, all right, list is going to be equal to whatever's in the element tree, and find all instances of a tag called user with a subtag or a child called user. So parent is users, and we can see that. Parent tag is users, child tag is user. And this is going to loop through that and add all of the users in the list. No matter how many there are, it's going to add it to our list. And then the last thing we're going to do is just print out all the values. So we're going to do this one just because it's a little bit easier to see it done than just to talk about it, right? So let's take a look. And this is similar to what we've done before, right? We've looped through stuff before. This is just a slightly different application of it. All right, so we're going to call this user XML. I could label these better, but I've been labeling things poorly this entire time, and so I'm not going to stop now. All right, take this, drop it in. Okay, so what are we going to do here? We're going to find all instances of user, essentially, within a parent tag called users. We're going to add them to a list, and then we're going to print out each element in the list. So what it's doing is fairly simple, actually. All right, let's do pi user xml.pi, and let's just see what we get back. Yeah. That's kind of what we expected, right? We're printing the user count, so it's going to be the length of our list item here. And there's 2 users, so there's going to be 2 items in our list. And for each one, we're going to print the name, ID, and the attribute of each one. So user 1 and user 2. And that's just accomplished using a for loop. So very simple. Okay? And also, too, I want to pause here for a second and say, if anybody has questions about what we're covering, or if you're like, hey, I didn't understand that, that is perfectly fine for you to say. Please speak up and say, hey, wait, I don't understand. Can you go over that again? Or just to say, if I ask something and you're like, I don't know, or I don't know the answer to that, then feel free to say, I don't know in chat, because that means that I need to kind of maybe slow down and go over something again. Okay? So it's okay to say, I don't know, or to, ask me to go over something again. I just want to put that out there. All right. So like we talked about, find all retrieves a list of subtrees that represent the user structures. We write a for loop that looks at each node and prints the name and ID elements, as well as the appropriate attribute from the user node. It's important to include all parent level elements in the find all statement, except for the top level statement. Otherwise, Python will not find any desired nodes. Yeah, and that's a good thing to bring up. So we need to include all parent level elements except for the top level element. So looking at this structure again, the element we're actually after is user, right? But we need to include its parent, which is users, except for the master parent element that surrounds the entire thing. So everything except the top level tag we need to include to make sure that Python can drill down through that tree and find exactly the branch we're looking for. So list stores all the elements, and list 2 looks for user elements that are not nested within the top level stuff element where there are none. So let's look at that really quickly. So essentially, this is what we did before. We said, all right, look for user elements within the user's tag. However, if we just look for the user tag directly, or user element directly, it's not going to find anything, because it's looking for the parent first and then drilling down to the child. Watch Me says, if you encountered converting XML file to YAML. I think I've done it once, maybe. I had to do it once for... I don't even remember what I used it for, but yeah, I think I've maybe done it once. It's not something I have really any expertise in, unfortunately, because I don't even remember the context where I had to do it. Now, let's talk about something that you might be a little bit more familiar with, which is JSON. I'm sure that you have probably encountered JSON before. Where let's say web programming, where is the most common place that you might encounter JSON? If let's say you're working in, building a JavaScript web app, where might you encounter JSON? Yeah, Maiva says when fetching, X says with a GET request, GetAlpine says request, Watch Me says, yes, mostly retrieving data from API, response is also JSON. Yeah, exactly. So essentially, when you're communicating with APIs is probably the most common place that you will encounter JSON. Yeah. So it's really important to know how to work with it. Many of you out there have probably already worked with JSON if you've been working in JavaScript before or building web apps. Yeah, the web talks in JSON pretty much. And you might also encounter it in other places, but primarily in APIs and that type of thing. And sorry, Noel had a question. So what if you had a user 2 node with a user inside it and you wanted the grand total? You couldn't? Well, not necessarily. It probably depends on how the XML is structured, how you might retrieve that. And that could be something that we can play around with a little bit when we get to the exercises portion. We can test that. Yeah, let's test that when we get to the exercises portion to kind of play around with how we can, depending on the XML structure, how we can retrieve data from those nodes. Because yeah, I see where you're coming from. All right, so looking at JSON, this is probably going to look familiar to a lot of you, but maybe not everybody. So JSON format was inspired by the object and array format used in JavaScript. Yeah, because in JavaScript, everything is an object, right? But since Python was invented before JavaScript, Python's syntax for dictionaries and lists influenced the syntax of JSON. So, and that's something you might have caught as well, is that the Python syntax for dictionaries and lists is essentially identical to the way that they're structured in JavaScript, although, formatted slightly differently. So this is an example of, one language influencing another language, which then turns into a format, which then, comes back around and we have to learn how to use it in Python. So here's a JSON encoding. We've got, a parent object here, and then we've got nested objects inside of it. And yeah, so pretty familiar to anybody who's generally familiar with JavaScript format, right? How JavaScript formats objects. And X says, there was a language back in the yore, Smalltalk, which had the concept of talking in a predetermined format. I have heard of Smalltalk. I don't have any experience with it. But yeah, it is interesting how some languages and formats stick, right? How some, it's not always the first language that wins, right? It's not always the first format or the first protocol that wins out. Sometimes it's it just depends on a variety of factors which one ends up dominating the landscape. In XML, we can add attributes like international to the phone tag, but in JSON, we use key value pairs instead. And the parent person tag is gone, replaced by just a set of curly braces. But in general, JSON structures are simpler than XML. JSON has fewer capabilities than XML. So it's a trade-off, right? Do you want simpler or do you want more nuance? JSON has the advantage that it maps directly to some combination of dictionaries and lists. Yeah, and I think that's kind of what we find when we're working with APIs, especially if we're using JavaScript to work with those APIs, because what you're getting back from that API is essentially an object that you're able to work with directly, because JavaScript knows what objects are. And so you can, as long as you're parsing it correctly when you retrieve it, you can then immediately start digging into that object natively and get what you need out of it. The structure is identical to what JavaScript is built on. So since nearly all programming languages have something equivalent to Python's dictionaries and lists, JSON is a very natural format to have two cooperating programs exchange data. Yeah. So no matter what programmer you're using or what language you're using to try to access that data, JSON is a somewhat universal way of packaging that data so that any requester can read it. Right? And yeah, and as X pointed out, you're going to hear me use the word object to describe this type of format. And that's just because I'm coming at it from more experience with JavaScript. I do know that, yeah, this is technically like a dictionary in Python, but I'm coming at it from more of a JavaScript background. So if that's confusing, let me know, and I can go back and restate something. But yeah, that's just my background coming through here in terms of what language I'm more familiar with. And so, given that pretty much every single programming language, or most of them, have some kind of a definition of, what is a dictionary, what is a list, whether you call it an array, whether you call it an object, whatever you call it, JSON is just a natural format to talk between different types of languages and different programs. And with that in mind, JSON is becoming the format of choice for nearly all data exchange between applications because of its relative simplicity. So you don't always need the most complicated thing to exchange data. So XML has its purpose, absolutely. Like I said earlier, I work with software daily at work that generates all of its, templates in XML. So if you open up one of those files, it's going to be XML, because this software needs that extra specificity. It needs the extra nuance that XML provides, because the objects it creates are very complex. And it needs, attributes and all these different things that you can do with XML that the JSON would be just way too complicated. XML makes it a lot easier. But still, again, working with APIs, you're most often going to encounter JSON. We construct our JSON by nesting dictionaries and lists as needed. So here we represent a list of users where each user is a set of key value pairs. So we have a list of dictionaries. And yeah, just like with JavaScript, you can combine dictionaries and lists. You'll see this done very often in responses from APIs. Very often you will get back a list which contains multiple dictionaries within it. So the JSON has less detail in the response below. So we must know in advance that we are getting a list, and the list is of users, and each user, oh my goodness, thank you so much, Gally, for the subscription. That's so kind of you. Thank you. And you subscribed with Prime too, so it was free. Yeah, use your Prime subscription, folks, if you aren't already. I'm not saying use it on me. I'm saying use it in general. Don't let it go to waste. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, do not pay for a Twitch subscription. Use your Prime sub because that is free for you. And it gives me or whoever else the same benefit that a paid subscription would. So, and you know, what's better than costing Jeff Bezos money? We all want to cost Jeff Bezos money, right? He doesn't need to keep, you know, flying to space on questionably shaped rockets. What he needs to do is distribute some of his wealth. So we can help him do that by everybody using their Prime subs. But thanks again for the sub, and I'll do my little sub screen here for you as well. Wow, thanks for the sub. Icefire, that's not a debate I'm going to get into right now, but I have thoughts. Maybe we'll talk about it at the end of the stream. All right. Neat. Yeah. Okay. JSON. Okay. Yeah. So the JSON in this case that we're seeing here, in my opinion, just with my familiarity with, oh, thank you for the follow as well. Watch me lurking. Good to have you here. Yeah, as he's saying, the JSON is more succinct, right? Succinct meaning it's shorter, it's easier to read, it's simpler. But it's also less self-describing, right? We have to know just by looking at this that what I'm looking at is a person. And sometimes it's harder, especially if you're less familiar with an API. Maybe the API has less good documentation. How many times have you gone to an API with questionable documentation and gotten back something and had to really dig into the JSON to even figure out what you were looking at, right? Because JSON is not self-describing. You get what you get. Whereas the XML can have descriptive tags here to tell you exactly what each element is. There's been times when I've gotten an API response and it's got, 5 levels deep nested JSON, and you're like, okay, what the heck? Like, where is the thing that I'm actually looking for, and how do I get to it? So yeah, JSON can be gnarly just because it's simpler. And so in this case, instead of, pulling the XML, we're importing a different package. We're importing JSON. And then we load that JSON in, kind of similar to how we built our tree in XML. And then once we've loaded it in, we can parse that and get what we want out of it. Now, notice the notation that we're using here. Just as in JavaScript, we can dig into a dictionary by using bracket notation. So we covered that before in a previous chapter, but if you weren't here for that, just like in JavaScript, you can use square bracket notation to dig into a dictionary. So that's convenient, right? We can go into the, we can essentially say, all right, for each item in our info, we can go into that item and grab the name key, returning its value. Okay, so our info object here is just this whole thing. So we can loop through each dictionary in here and say, all right, for each item in our info list, I want to get the name value in each item and print that, and the ID value in each item and print that, and the attribute value in each item and print that. And Git says, does Python have dot notation? Yes, it does. So you can do like, a method call just like you could in JavaScript, right? So, you can do a method call with dot notation. And you can also, you can also, use it kind of similar to the way you might use it in JavaScript as well, if that's where you're coming from. And here's an example of dot notation, actually. So we're calling the loads method, right, from the JSON package. So that's dot notation for you. We traverse the for loop. Once the JSON has been parsed, we can use the Python index operator to extract the various bits of data for each user. We don't have to use the JSON library to dig through the parsed JSON, since the return data is simply native Python structures. Yeah, so Python knows already what lists and dictionaries are. So once we've told Python that, hey, this is JSON, we don't need to use any other library methods to process that information, because Python's like, oh yeah, okay, that's a list and dictionaries, I know what that is, I can deal with this natively. And the output is the same as the previous XML program. And as we've noticed, I'm sure you all have seen, and some folks were like, what's XML? There's an industry trend away from XML and towards JSON. Because JSON is simpler and more directly maps to native data structures we already have in programming languages, the parsing and data extraction code is usually simpler and more direct. But XML is more self-descriptive, and so there are some applications where XML retains an advantage. For example, the application that I use at work, it needs that extra specificity. For example, most word processors store documents internally using XML rather than JSON, and this is true. So when you get a chance sometime, look at the actual data for a Microsoft Word document. So for a docx, you can go in and you can look at under the hood to see exactly how that document is constructed. You will find that it is XML. And I've done that before. I've gone in and poked around at the actual XML files for a Word document. And yeah, it's just XML in there. I would suggest trying it sometime. It's kind of fun. Just go poke around and see all the formatting under the hood that Word does. There's a specific way you can navigate to those files, and I don't know it off the top of my head. But if you Google like how to view Word doc as XML, that should get you there. Because yeah, I've done it before. There was a document that I accidentally locked myself out of with like the password. Oh, that's right. Yes. Thank you. No. So you can change the XLSX file or the docx. So, and that's the reason that modern like Word and Excel files have that extra X on the end. So XLSX, that means XML. And so, yeah, you can change it to a zip and then unzip it. That's right. I've done that. Yep. Thank you I couldn't remember how to do it. Thank you, Noel. But yeah, you can change it to a zip file, unzip it, and you'll be able to see the underlying components that make it up and manipulate them like XML. Because there was a file that I accidentally password locked myself out of, and I needed to get back into the file, so I had to go in and like strip the password out of the XML. Yeah, it's kind of fun. I would suggest trying it sometime. Not on anything important, obviously. Not anything. Don't try it on anything that you're going to care about, but just build a simple Word doc or an Excel file. Actually, I think I did it. I think I did that on an Excel file. Actually, yeah, it was an Excel file. I had to unzip it and go in there and tweak the raw XML to try to fix my screw up. So, kind of fun. All right, so let's talk about APIs. If you have done web development in the past or interacted with web applications, you probably know what an API is already. But as we've talked about before, there is no harm in reviewing what we think we already know so we can see what we're missing. Where are the gaps in our knowledge? So what is an API? Well, we've already talked about HTTP or Hypertext Transport Protocol. My goodness. and a way to represent complex data that we're sending back and forth between these applications using XML or JSON. However, the next step is to begin to define and document contracts between applications using these techniques. So we have the building blocks, and then the API is kind of the thing that gathers those building blocks together. So the application to application contract is the application program interface, or API. When we use an API, generally one program makes a set of services available for use by other applications and publishes the APIs, or the rules, that must be followed to access the services provided by the program. Right. So anytime you interact with an API, when you send that request to the API, you're going to have to define what you want. Maybe you'll have to send a security token. Maybe you have to, you're gonna have to structure your request a certain way. Certain people, depending on their permissions, are going to be able to access certain levels of data. And so the API is kind of just the gatekeeper to determine, okay, what do you get? How much do you get? How many requests can you make? What permissions do you have? The API is setting those rules. Yeah. So when we begin to build our programs where the functionality of our program includes accesses to services provided by other programs, we call the approach a service-oriented architecture. Yeah, the world is built up of interfaces, exactly. Yeah. And so this SOA approach is one where our overall application makes use of the services of other applications. A non-SOA approach is where the application is a single standalone application which contains all the code necessary to implement the application. And sometimes that's fine. You don't always need to use an outside service. Sometimes you want to host your own database, or sometimes you just want to build the whole stack natively, right? But oftentimes, to get full functionality and access all the information that you need, you're going to need to access outside services. So everything from auto rentals to hotel reservations to airline reservations, all those types of things are interfacing with multiple outside services. And I think we all know this, right? Anytime, pretty much anything you interact with on the web is going to be dependent on one or more outside services outside of the basic web page that you're currently on, right? Even like a simple small business website is generally going to be using some outside services, whether it's an email client or, a database of customer information. All these types of things. So this type of architecture has many advantages. We always maintain one copy of data. The owners of the data can set the rules about the use of their data. And one of the things is we have to make sure that our SOA system is carefully designed, right? Anytime that we build a full stack application, we need to be careful about how we construct our database and how we construct our API to interface with that database. We don't want the wrong people having access to that data. We want to make sure we're creating efficient data flow. We want to make sure our data is structured well. I'm curious, how many folks have used a really badly structured API before? It's incredibly frustrating. Have you ever gone to an API, tried to use it, and been like, nope, this is garbage? Because a badly structured API can, even if the data is good, it can really ruin your experience. And again, that's one of the pitfalls of JSON, right? Is it makes it harder to create logical data structures that are visible on first glance, which is why many APIs have documentation so that you can understand what's being returned when you make a request, or how to format your request. And also API keys are common. I think we've all encountered this probably at some point. You have to request an API key. That API key is going to be used to flag your requests and say, hey, this is me. I'm making a request. This is who I am. This is how many requests I'm allowed to make, that kind of thing. They want to know who is using their services and how much each user is using. So oftentimes we'll encounter rate limits on APIs. They'll be like, hey, you've made too many requests today. Please stop it. which really sucks when you're, in development mode and you want to run repeated requests against an API just to make sure you're getting the right information. Yeah, rate limits can be brutal sometimes. Perhaps they have free and paid tiers of their services, or they have a policy that limits the number of requests that a single individual can make. Sometimes when you get your key, you can simply include the key as part of a post request, or perhaps as a parameter of the URL when calling the API. Other times, the vendor wants increased assurance of the source of the requests, and so they expect you to send cryptographically signed messages using shared keys and secrets. A very common technology that is used to sign requests is called OAuth. We've implemented OAuth before here on stream, right? We've set up OAuth. We've set up Google authentication. We've set up, basic username password creation. Yeah, super common. Whether it's Google or some other service, OAuth can be really useful. Yeah, but there are many free OAuth libraries that you can use. What's that one that we always use and I can never remember the name of it? What's the... Forinda, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. What's the good free one for OAuth? Somebody help me. It's got all possible OAuth services. Google, Facebook, Instagram, all those things. It gives you all the scripts for that. I can't think what it is. Is it OAuth 2? Now, there's like a site. Passport. Yeah, Passport. Yeah, so Passport is really great for that. You can essentially tell it exactly what type of authentication you want to implement, and it'll give you the scripts. Yeah, I believe it is Passport. It'll give you the scripts for no matter what language you're using or how, what type of authentication you want to set up, whether it's Meta or Instagram or Google or, basic, create your own. They will give you the scripts to do that so you can just copy and paste into your application. Mint says, is making API templates a thing, or is every API unique to the programming language? That's an interesting question. I would say API templates are definitely a thing within the programming language. So for example, I have built dozens of APIs in JavaScript, dozens and dozens of APIs for web apps. I kind of have a template. I've built multiple templates here on stream and I have them on my GitHub that you can copy and paste today to build an API in JavaScript. Because a lot of it is so repetitive that you're reusing the same basic elements over and over again, and then customizing specific parts of those to meet the needs of your application. So using a standard template, Node, Express, cores, whatever, and you're always going to need those things. And then, you're going to have specific elements that are specific to your individual application, but it's all built off the same template. Now, I couldn't use my JavaScript template to build like an API in, Python or whatever, or another language, or PHP, I don't know. I couldn't use that template because it wouldn't work. It would need different, I'd need different tools, but some of the structures might be similar, right? Some of the general concepts might be similar. So as we've seen, like last week when we were doing GET requests with Python, like the concept of a GET request is the same in Python as it is in JavaScript, but the syntax or the words that you use are going to be different. So you can't, as far as I know, I don't think there's any way to do like a cross-language API template, but some of the concepts are going to be identical between languages. Yeah. I hope that helped. I don't know if it did, but yeah. Within a language, yeah, absolutely. I use a standard API template for like every API that I build. Yeah. Because it's way easier to just copy and paste that rather than, typing it out every single time. Yeah. And that's essentially the end of this chapter. This was a bit shorter chapter, but there's multiple problems to do. So we still have more work to do because we've just ingested a bunch of information here, right? About JSON, about XML. And so we need to practice how we parse this information. So how do we parse XML? How do we parse JSON? And the cool thing is, I love the exercises here. We're going to take a break first, but I want to show you what we're going to be doing because this is really cool and I want people to stick around. So we're going to be extracting data from XML, we're going to be extracting data from JSON, and we're going to be hitting an API. So how do we hit an API in JSON and retrieve data from it using Python? Of course, Git, good to have you here. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to take a 5-minute break because we kind of missed our 4 o'clock break, but I just wanted to slam through the rest of the chapter because I knew it was a shorter one. So we're going to do we're going to take our break, and then we're going to do 3 exercises: extracting data from XML, extracting data from JSON, and then hitting a real API with Python. And we're going to see how hitting this API differs from hitting an API in JavaScript. I'm curious to see what folks like about hitting an API in Python and what you might think is, okay, wait, no, this is, harder than JavaScript. The comparison between using JavaScript and Python to interact with an API. So I'll be curious for your feedback on that. But first off, we got to be healthy. We got to hydrate. You got to stretch. And so we're going to take a 5-minute break. All right. I will see you all back here in 5 minutes. Alrighty, folks, we've got about a minute left in the break, so please come on back if you're coming back. If you've been sitting down this entire time, please do stand up and stretch if you're able to do so. Sitting still for long periods of time is not good for your body, so please move around a little bit. And also, as always, please stay hydrated, pet your dogs, pet your cats, pet your kids, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good break. There is a beautiful red cardinal sitting outside my window, and he's adorable, and I love him. And he's shaped like a tennis ball. He is so round and fat, and he's adorable, and he's super red, and he's like polishing his beak on a branch, and it's really cute. Sorry, I just had to share that. I can see him. He's literal, like he's shaped like a tennis ball. It's so cute. Such a cute little warm guy. I know, he's such a pretty bird. Yeah. Yeah, I have a bird feeder in my backyard, and I have like a bush. I don't know plants. I have like a tall bush outside of my window here, and it's not quite next to the bird feeder, but it's like a staging area for all the birds to sit on their way to the bird feeder. So I get lots of bird traffic outside my window. And no, I love cardinals. I'm in the United States, and I love cardinals because they're one of the few birds that stick around in the cold winters. They don't migrate. So, you've got beautiful red cardinals in the gloomy winter, which makes things much nicer. Yeah. Alrighty, folks, welcome back. Prior to the break, we finished up the material for the lesson, but as we've talked about many times before, just reading something does not mean you have learned it. I don't know about you all, but in school, that was one of my biggest mistakes in high school and in college. One of my biggest mistakes was just reading a textbook, reading a chapter, reading an assignment, whatever, and thinking, hooray, I've learned it. I don't mean squat. You reading something does not mean you will retain it or truly understand it. So chat, what is the best way to make sure that we've learned something? What are the two tenets to learning? How do we make sure we've actually learned something? Elvin, thank you for the follow, and Joey's Slojan, thank you for the follow as well. Deathwish, welcome to the stream, by the way. Practice, yes, that's part of it. We say repetition, yes. So repetition and application are the two ways to ensure that we have truly learned a concept. Repetition and application, both of which, as Deathwish said, both of which can be accomplished with practice, right? If we practice applying these concepts that we've learned, we're repeating the concepts and we're applying them at the same time. So yes, perfect answer, Deathwish. Repetition and application are the two tenets to learning. And so that's what we're going to do now. We are going to practice with some auto-graded exercises. I really like these because they grade you immediately and tell you whether you've gotten the right answer or not. So we're going to do these. I have not done these exercises yet. I'm looking at these for the first time, just like you are. So we're going to do them together. Yep. Say it, repeat it, do it, teach it. Yeah. And in my methodology, like I'm doing right now, is saying it and teaching it at the same time. I'm learning alongside you all. I have not covered this information before. I've not done these exercises or quizzes before. This is all me reading it and teaching it at the same time, which is a lot of fun for me. Okay, so let's extract some data from XML, shall we? In this assignment, we're going to write a Python program. So we have something to look off of here, this XML3.py. So we'll open that up. So pretty much kind of what we looked at in the text is really just taking in some information, taking in a URL. I'll make this a little bigger, sorry. Going to that URL, reading the data, getting the character length, constructing, and so I'm assuming we're getting back XML here. So constructing an element tree, right? Sorry, my dog is sitting on my foot right now. Getting the counts of information, putting those numbers in a list, or creating an empty list, and okay, getting the count and sum of those numbers. Justin Drinks, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. They say, hey, I literally started 3 days ago, and this site seems to be great for getting started, and I only heard of it because I joined this stream, so thank you for this. Yeah, absolutely. This is a Python for everybody is fantastic. It's great if you've never coded before. It's also great if you're coming from an existing coding background like I am, but it is really geared for people who have never written a line of code in their lives. So it does a really great job of not only teaching you the topics, but then also, as we've talked about, repeating them and applying them. So you'll encounter something in an earlier lesson, and then you'll get to apply it again in a later lesson, just to make sure that you're retaining that information. So I highly recommend it. And yeah, it's a great resource so far. I really love it. And Dr. Chuck also has popped into stream here. The author of this course has popped into my stream a couple of times. So he's very active. He's constantly updating the course. He's passionate about it. And it's all free. So I highly recommend it. It's been great. Okay, so we've got this sort of template program that we can use. And now what do they want us to do with it? The program will prompt for a URL, read the XML, and then parse and extract the comment counts from the XML data, computing the sum of the numbers in the file. Okay, so we'll have a sample file, and then we'll have actual data. So this is going to give us the sum, and then this is going to ask us to, figure out, essentially extract the sum without knowing what it is beforehand. Mustafa, thank you so much for the follow. Justin says, that all sounds a bit too good to be true. It really, it does, but that's the cool thing about the tech community here that I've found online and on Twitch, is that there's a ton of really cool people who are just creating free stuff just because it's fun for them and they like it and they want other people to have fun and learn too. So, I mean, that's been the coolest thing so far about learning to code, is that it opens up a whole new world of collaboration and resources for you. And Justin, I don't know what language you're planning to learn, if you're planning to learn Python or if you'd like to learn other languages as well. If you go !Blue Sky, that will take you to my Blue Sky profile. And just today I posted essentially a list of free coding resources. So whatever language you want to learn, if you want to learn web dev, if you want to learn, I don't know, like classic computer science, if you want to learn Python, I posted a list of resources on my Blue Sky that are free. Yeah. You plan on learning Python? Okay, then start here. Yeah, this is the perfect place to start. If you need a little bit of help getting started, if you want to go through the lessons collaboratively with someone, I have the first 6 lessons on my YouTube channel. You can watch essentially my stream recordings on YouTube. I have a playlist for it. I'm going to be posting the rest as we go along here, parts 6 through 10, and then the whole series will be on YouTube eventually. My YouTube is ad-free as well, so there's no ads. I don't get anything out of it. I just like to do this. It's fun for me. So you can do !YouTube if you want to go to my YouTube channel. There's a Python playlist there, and it essentially just takes you through the lessons in this course. If you want to do it on your own, that's fine too. Just giving you the option. Yeah, it's basically like co-working, right? Some people need a little bit of, you need a little motivation, you need a little bit, somebody to explain a little bit different way than what the text says, and it can be helpful for people. Yeah. Stoltz, welcome to the stream. They say, do you have experience with Go? Do you see yourself covering Go? I do not have experience with Go. I primarily have experience with SQL, JavaScript, the whole JavaScript web stack, MongoDB, React, Express, Node, etc. And now Python and a little bit of C#.NET. but I do not have experience with Go. If anybody has recommendations for Go resources, feel free to drop them in chat for Stoltz, but I personally don't. I don't necessarily see myself covering Go unless there is a need for it. So unless I have an application, like unless I have something like, oh, Go would be perfect for this, then I would probably cover it here on stream. I don't generally cover things just, for the heck of it, unless I have experience with it or I have a specific application in mind. Because again, that's one of the tenets of learning, right? Is application. So for Python, I have an application in mind. We're going to do it when we're done with the course. But hey, maybe I'll find a use case for Go. And if I do, I will cover it here on stream. Okay, so they gave us 2 files. They gave us the sum for the sample file so we can check our work. This one is the one we're supposed to be kind of using as our challenge file. The data format is going to look like this. Number of names and comment counts in the XML as follows. So we have a comment tag, and then within that comment tag, we have a name value and a count value. We need to look through all the comment tags and find the count values to sum the numbers. Okay. And we have the XML3.py code already. So we can use an XPath selector string to look through the entire tree of XML for any tag name count with the following line of code. Okay, I think this was somebody else's question earlier. What happens if we don't want to drill down within a specific parent tag? What happens if we want to look through the entire document for all instances of a particular tag? And that's kind of answering this question here. It's essentially saying, hey, look for any tag anywhere in the document, regardless of parent, named count. So I think that answers the question. I don't remember who asked the question. I apologize. But one of the things was, well, what if we have, 2 parent tags with different names, but we want to look in both tags and get the total of, all the tags in both. So this seems like it would do that. We could also work from the top of the XML down to the comments node and then loop through the child nodes of the comments node. Okay, so let's go ahead and play with this a little bit. First thing we're going to do is we're going to get the sample code, create a new file here. Oh, that was the answer? Okay, great. So you must have, you asked the question earlier, Null. And yeah, I'm glad that that answer that you found on Google matches what is being said here. Yep. All right, so we're going to do some XML.py. And we're going to grab the sample code here. And that, I think we should all be able to see that there. All right, then we'll look through this and we'll see what we need to change here. Stoltz says, do you have experience with, let's see, oh, and I already answered that one. Watch Me says, any repo for Django, Rest, or Flask? I don't have one for Django or Flask, but I think Dr. Chuck actually has a course on Django here. If you look at his course list, I think he actually has a Django course. Yep, and CS50 is good. So, Justin, one thing I will caution you on, and this is I'm not saying you can't do this, I'm just speaking from experience, is that I wouldn't do multiple courses at once. So if you've started CS50, I would stick with that one and only that one until you finish it. Okay? And then you can do, Python for everybody. But if you're more interested in Python than CS50, I would drop CS50 for now and just focus on the Python course. Just focusing on one course at a time, one topic at a time is going to be the best way for you to really internalize that information. I know it's so tempting, especially if you're just getting started. It's so tempting to just try to do everything all at once, exploring, 50 topics all the time. But as you get deeper into those topics and they get more complex, you're going to find yourself doing more and more work and trying to digest more and more information, and you're going to burn out. So just my suggestion. I'm not saying that, you don't have the stamina for that or whatever, but just cautioning you based on what I've seen from other people and from myself that it's best if you can stick in one lane at a time, finish that task start to finish, and then move on to the next thing. Okay? Cool. All right, so let's first off, I'm just going to run this against the first sample file here, and we're just going to see what we get. I'm just curious. Okay, so this is already actually set to run the sample file. So you can see here it's already set to have the URL, the default URL run the sample file. So we're just going to run this. I don't know let's just see what we get. See how it looks. Oh, oh, come on. Hang on, I lost my focus on the terminal here. Okay, there we go. It was my terminal locked up there for a hot second. All right, some XML.py. Let's just see what happens. Oh, and I need to save this, by the way. Okay. Oh, did I? Okay, I saved that. Oh, hang on. Oh, I did that wrong. I'm an idiot. Okay, hang on. Okay, duh. All right, so I'm not going to enter location here. It's set up to have the default URL go to the sample file. So let's just see what we get. Okay, great. So looks like what we're getting. So we are getting numbers. That's good. And let me see if it'll let me look at the XML structure. All right, so this is the sample data. And so we can see here, it is correctly going in and retrieving the count value for each comment. Yeah. Yeah, Justin, absolutely. Yeah, you got to just be careful about that. Whatever you pick, whatever you start with, just make sure you finish it. Okay? And then as soon as you finish it, you can move on to the next thing. And then once you are comfortable with that topic, as Nijo asked, once you're comfortable with that topic, then you can mix and match, right? I do JavaScript and React all the time. I do, we're mixing Python, we're jumping around just because I'm already comfortable with, the things I've started learning. But if you're starting a course, like specifically a course, then finish that course before you move on to the next thing. Of course, Justin, it was great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Hope to see you again sometime. I'm curious to hear, about the next step on your journey, and yeah, keep me posted. Okay, so yeah, we're hitting the counts from each one, so this is correct. We're finding the correct data. Now, really, all we need to do is just populate the count and the sum correctly. So rather than just printing each one, we need to just have a master kind of a sum total, right? We need to be totaling these things as we go and only print the totals when we're done. So we have the print statements here already. And notice that the base code is retrieving the count values using that kind of that global shortcut that they talked about. So we don't have to look at the parent tag. Instead, it's kind of like we're doing this is kind of like regex, right? We're doing like a wildcard search, and we're just saying, hey, for all parents, for all parent tags, or for all parent elements, for all parent elements, find the count tag. So it doesn't matter what the parent is, find the count tag. Okay. So now we just kind of need to fill this in here. I'm going to leave this print statement here for now. This will be useful, but I'm going to say print current total. We're going to take this out before we turn it in, but this is, again, just kind of, we're just console logging. We're just keeping track of what we're doing. And I'm going to, so count nums, we're saying, okay, for each one, add to that. So we have a list thingy already. And we can also just kind of keep a, so since we have this list item already, essentially, as long as we're adding to the list in each loop, so each time we loop through here, we just need to add one to the list, and then at the end, that's going to give us the correct sum. So as long as we're adding to the list as we go, that should, and didn't we see this already in the, so yeah, I wonder why we could we just do this? Could we just say, hey, in the element tree, find all instances of count and just dump them all on the list? Do we even need a loop here? Can we just do find all? Why don't we try that? What do we think, chat? That looks like it'll work, right? So we're getting our tree. Okay, we're doing the find all. And then let's just add it directly. Yeah, rather than having a separate list, let's just add it directly to the list, because what they did here, right? Yeah, tree.find all. Yeah, so why don't we just do, oops, because this should give us a list. Find all should give us a list, and then we just say print counts. Yeah. Well, and if it's a string, then we'll just convert it. Let's see. Let's just see what we get here with this. I'm just really curious. So we already know we're getting, we don't need that loop because we already know we're hitting the right element. Yeah, we would just need to convert it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, all right. So we're going to need to, we're going to need to convert these. So let's see. If we do, let's see, how do we convert in find all? Can I just do this? I don't know if that'll work. Or, sorry, what do you mean by call int on it? So like that? Yeah, I'm curious. I know, so yeah, we'll need to do int somewhere. I'm just not entirely sure where that needs to go. Like that. But that would try to convert the entire, sorry, somebody's car alarm is going off outside. Would that work? I'm not sure that this will work, but let's try it. There's no harm. Yeah, okay, that's not going to work. I didn't think it would, because this is so essentially what this is here is this is the entire list. So I need to convert the entire list to integers. I want to take each of these elements and, yeah, it's a list, right? So I need to go, so am I going to have to loop through it anyway just to convert each element to integers? Or is there, I guess I'm asking does anybody know of a shortcut way to do this where I don't have to use a map? Okay. So I would do counts equals, and then so take the existing, so like that, and then do counts like that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so essentially what this is doing, yeah, so and I agree with that. I think I like that approach if it works. So essentially we are going to loop through, oh, you had a Code Wars on it this morning. That's awesome. I love that. All right. So yeah, we're going to take counts. We're going to split it into its individual elements. We're going to convert each element to an integer, and then we're going to map it back to a list, and then we're going to put that back in our counts variable. Okay, and X suggested also int X for X in numbers. Yeah, that would work too. I think I'm gonna go with this one just because it's more descriptive to me. But let's see if it works. I like this. Okay, so okay, list object has no attribute split. Oh, but yeah, because this is not a string; it's a list. So yeah, it's not as so yeah, this is a list, not a string, so we can't split it in that way. I need to look up the map syntax again for Python lists. Or I could just try this other method that X suggested. Grab that. No, that's fine. I definitely see how this could work for a string. Absolutely. Okay, so we'll do counts for X in counts. And I didn't catch right away. Yeah, I didn't catch the split right away. Yeah, but so essentially what this is going to do then is essentially say, all right, for each element in the existing array, convert it to an integer. We'll try this, and then I'm going to try it back the other way again. Sudachi, thank you for that. Yeah, welcome to the stream, by the way. Oh, and turn NYC. Also, thank you for the follow. I missed that, and yeah, sorry I missed your follow earlier. Okay, let's try this. We're gonna do it both ways. I want to do it both ways just for funsies. We got time. Let's do it both ways. Okay. So okay. Oh, okay. So something's still not right. For X in counts. Which space? So, okay, let's do this. Print, I just want to see what's in counts. Print counts. Yeah, I mean, it could be the space. I don't think it is, though. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. This is troubleshooting, folks. Happens all the time. All right, I'm gonna comment this out for now. Well, yeah, well, whatever. We'll do this and that. Let's just print what's in count. Okay, great. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, I think that's probably why. So it's found all the count elements, but it's giving like their binary locations. Okay, cool. So that's probably why it doesn't like it. Ah, okay, I get it. Yes, I get it. Yeah, all right. The reason why this didn't work, I see, yeah, so I see what the difference is here. So we have to go into the element and retrieve the text first. That's what we're missing. We have to go into the element and retrieve the text first. Yeah. So we can still do something like this, but we need to do int x.text. Let's try that. Yeah, so notice what this is doing here in the original sample. We need to, so this is just returning the element. We need to go into the element. We need to go into the XML element and grab the text. Otherwise, it's just giving us like the metadata about the element itself. We need to tell it exactly what part of that element that we want to return. So we need to go into count and we need to get the text. So let's try this. And we're going to do, so get the text, convert it to an integer, for X in counts. All right, let's try that. I just want to see if it gives me an error or not. Oh, I'm still printing too. So I didn't get any new errors. I'm going to comment out this print for now. All right. Yes, exactly. As Sudachi posted. So that's basically what I'm doing here is int x.text for x in counts, and they're reassigning it to counts. Yep. AKZ is rating us. Oh my goodness. Hello, AKZ Dev. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Good to have you here. Let's give them a shout out. AKZ, let's see, shout out. I can't see my own text box. Shout out. Hey, Killer Code Writer. AKZ Dev. Hopefully that works. Yay. Alrighty, welcome in, Raiders. How are y'all doing today? What were y'all working on? Hope you had a good stream. Looks like you are doing software and game dev too. That's awesome. Thank you so much for the raid. We are doing a challenge problem in Python. It's been really fun so far. We're learning how to parse XML in Python. Super fun, kind of challenging. I'm enjoying it. Let's see if we're just about to test whether our code works or not. So you came at a good time. All right, can we parse this XML properly? Oh, you're doing an e-ink display in Raspberry Pi? That's so dope. I love that. You're way farther along in Python than I am. I'm just learning Python, so congratulations. But I really like Python so far. It's super fun. Check it. Check it. All right, we got a count of 50 and we got a sum of 25, 53. This looks correct. Let's see if this matches the sample data. If I can find the right tab. Woo! First try. Not quite. Oh boy. All right, so sample data had a sum of 2553. Yes. Hooray. Killer Code says, I can only do a Python hello world. My name is a lie. Hey, if you can code hello world, then you can call yourself a coder, right? You have written code. You are a coder. That's our philosophy here. There's no language that's any better than others. Everybody has the ability to learn to code. And yeah, learning should be fun. So great to have you all here. Yes, and we're going to do it the map way next, but this did work, and I want to reiterate why it worked. So essentially, when we're retrieving this element from the element tree, we're storing it in counts. But as we saw when we printed out what was in that list, so this is a list, we're finding all instances of the count element in the document, right? But what it's actually storing is essentially the element, the count element, and all of its metadata. So all of its attributes, its contents, blah, 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 all of its metadata. And so what we need to do is go into it and basically extract the part of that element that we actually want, which is only the text. That's why our conversion failed before, because we weren't going in and we weren't grabbing specifically the text. And so what we're doing here then is going in, saying, hey, give me the text of each count element, convert it to an integer, so that way we can get the length and get the sum. Yeah. So now let's do it the other way. Let's do it with map. But yeah, that's so cool what you're working on, AKZ, e-ink display and Raspberry Pi. What is the e-ink display for? What are you going to use it for? Killer says, I bought a lot of ebooks about IT and I'm currently reading a good book for beginners. That's awesome. If you want some free digital resources, I just posted a bunch of free digital ways to learn to code. So websites, communities, browser stuff. I posted that on Blue Sky earlier today. So you can do !Blue Sky for a link to my profile. And feel free to check out that post if you want some free options to learn to code that aren't books. I mean, some people learn better with books. Some people learn better with like interactive resources. It's really up to you. But yeah, I have a fresh post on Blue Sky from today with 4 or 5 different resources. And I guess that's not a direct link, sorry. But if you just go to mayanwolf.bluesky.social or just search for Mayan Wolf on Blue Sky, you'll find my profile. Mr. Panda Pie, thank you so much for the follow. I assume you are a Python developer, given your username. And yes, thank you for the follows, Killer Code Writer, as well. Oh, and you redeemed a stretch too. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I've been hauling boxes around for the past few days, so I'm like super sore uh, in my, killer biceps. Uh, yeah, super sore. So thank you for the stretch. Okay, but yes, we have the correct sum. So let's really quickly refactor this to use the map method in also. So I'm going to go back here. We're going to grab this map. Is up here. Yeah, and essentially what we're going to do is we're going to try just deleting the split because it's already split. We don't need the split. So we're going to take this and I'm going to replace. Actually, I'm just going to comment this part out. Woo! Goodness, that was loud. Thank you so much for the cheer. I appreciate that. Just had my alerts turned way up. Thank you very much. Great to have you here. Okay, so we're going to do a list. So we're going to take the existing list, and we don't need to split it because it's already split, right? So if we just do this, so in our existing list is called counts, right? So we say, all right, counts, map each value in counts to an integer, and then convert that back to a list and reassign it back to the value of counts. Let's just see if that works. I don't know, the syntax might be off there, but let's see. Okay. Int argument must be a string. Oh. String bytes like object. Yeah, okay, so I need to do learning to code bit by bit. Absolutely. Oh, thank you for the hydrate as well. Yeah. So I just ran at X. It's not working. What am I missing here, chat? I'm gonna have to relook up the map syntax. Something I need to. Oh yeah, duh. Counts. Yeah, I made the same mistake that I did before. Gosh. Yep. Yeah, counts.text. Hey, Selma. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I did literally the same thing I did last time. And that's why, but again, that's why we repeat stuff, right? Because even doing something once isn't enough to make it sink in all the time. We need to do it multiple times and try again. Okay. Okay, so still not quite what we're looking for here. List object has no attribute text. Interesting. Okay. Let's see, 4x and count. So counts equals. Okay, so this is taking the whole thing. So, all right, I need a way to, essentially the reason this isn't working is it's trying to look at the whole list object and convert it to text. So what I need to look at is the individual items in counts. Yeah, counts is still, as Sudachi said, counts is still a list of XML node elements, but it's still a list. I need to be able to extract an individual element from counts and then call text on it, or then retrieve the text attribute. So, all right. Unless there's any suggestions from chat here, I'm going to start Googling because I don't remember the map syntax. Selma says, oh, Python. You want to learn that too? Yeah, Python is super fun. Can you access with... Sudachi says, what does counts1.string do? That would work, I think, but it's not going to loop properly. I need to access every element, not just the first one. What does counts1 do? So map int counts count.text. Okay. Maybe we can try that. Thank you for the follow, Selma, as well. Oh, and Sedated Psycho, thank you so much for the follow as well. You know, troubleshooting can be fun, right? Okay, so counts. Okay, I don't know. I don't think that's going to work. It's not registering properly there. But we'll try it. There's no harm in trying, right? Otherwise, I'm going to just go ahead and Google the map syntax because I'm not remembering how to do this in this way. We've already figured out how to do it the other way, which is good. Yeah, no. I don't think I should have to, Sajachi. I feel like there's a better way to do this that that I'm missing, like the obvious way. Of course, Selma. Thank you. I'm glad it's interesting to you. All right, let's go back here. Okay, I'm gonna go loops and iterations. I'm gonna go to lists, and I want to go to map. Traversing a list. Maybe it's farther along. It's in here somewhere. Maybe it's in dictionaries. I know we covered it. No, not in there. Yeah, I really don't think we should have to do any nesting or anything like that. Because you know, this is something that you can. No, it's not a key value pair. It's essentially just a list. So in JavaScript, it would be an array. It's essentially like an array. So there's no key value pairs. It's just indexed values, as it were. Yeah. Int map. Yeah. Let's see. I feel like we covered this, but I'm not finding where it is. Yeah. No, I'm leaning towards just doing it this way because this way makes a lot of sense. Doing it as a list comprehension like this. It may be possible to do it the other way, but I'm seeing that if we do it that way, it's going to become very complicated. And so I think that yes, the first way here that we've already done that works, I think is maybe going to be the way we do it. Now, if anybody else figures out how to do it this way, if you can get a successful result, let me know. Yeah, I think that's because otherwise I think we would have to make this 2 steps. I think you're right, Sudachi. Yeah, we would have to first do the conversion and then do the second conversion. I don't think we can do it in one step. Now, I might be wrong there. I'm very new at this. So if anybody else proves me wrong, please let me know and we'll do it. Yeah, custom. Okay, so we have to do a lambda or a custom function. Yeah. Let's drink soup with a fork. Yeah, sometimes that's fun, right? Yeah, we would have to split it, Maiva. Yeah. Well, no, sorry. List mapping. No, I don't think that's going to work because so the overall element that we're still starting with, and we can try it, but the overall element that we're still starting with, so we can't do counts.text. Like that's just not going to work. Because we would be trying to call text or we'd be trying to extract text from a list of elements rather than a single element. So I don't think that's going to work because we'd be doing it in the wrong order, right? You have to do the split. You have to do you have to get the individual array elements first. So doing a split before getting the text element out of it. Yeah. So let's just do it this way. We know this works, right? But if anybody figures out how to do it the other way, please, in like a one-liner, like we're doing here, Code Wars style one-liner, and you get it working, please let me know, and we'll do it right. We'll do it right here live. So we've already done this works. Let's run it again. Just make sure. Yeah. So count of 50, sum of 2553 works. Perfect. Okay. So let's try it on the real file. And I'm only kind of moving along here. I love to experiment. I love to keep doing these things, but we have other exercises to do. So I do kind of want to move along a little bit. But hey, if anybody figures it out, drop it in chat. Like it has a comprehensive solution. Drop it in chat and we'll do it. Okay, so let's go back here. Back to the exercise. And let's get so this is the one we want to use, and our sum should end with 66 once we run it. Okay, so I'm just going to replace this default URL, save, and let's run this, and what we should see is a sum that ends in 66. Okay, Selma, we'll do that one. If it works, if you've tested it and it works, we will do that one in just a second here. All right, great. Look at that, chat. So sum is 2666, and that seems to jive with what the exercise is telling us we should get. Sum ends with 66. Great. So I think this is going to work for us. Again, all we're doing is we're just saying, hey, for x in counts, for each element in our list, extract the text element and convert it back to an integer. One more 6 and I would be dead scared of the number. Yeah. All right, so that works. We'll try Selma's solution real quick. Selma's solution really quickly. Otherwise, we'll just go ahead and turn in what we have, which is fine. Okay, don't think this is going to work, but let's give it a go. There's no harm in trying, right? That's why we test stuff, because I've been surprised before. Yeah. Okay, so this still isn't going to work because our containing element is essentially a bunch of, our list is essentially just a list of elements called count. All of them are called count. So that's why there isn't one individual element called count. And it's also a list. So it's not a dictionary. So a dictionary, is going to have those key value pairs, and you can refer to them by name. But with a list, you have to refer to something by an index value. Yeah. That's all good. Oh, okay, you got another one? All right, we're only gonna do one more. I don't want to keep, harping on this because we have a solution that works. But we'll try this last one here. Okay. Of course, Marvin, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, I'm not sure this is gonna work. I'm getting some squigglies here. Yeah, no. So in this case, no. Yeah, so unless somebody can tell me what's wrong with this, I'm just going to go ahead and move on because we have the solution. I don't mind trying stuff, but feels like we're doing a lot of guessing here. Okay, x.text. All right, I got you. All right. No, okay. All right, let's go ahead and move on. Again, if you are able to get the exercise fully running, like no more, we're not going to guess anymore. If you're able to get the exercise fully running and you're like, yes, it works, I have the sum, then oh, let's see. I guess I can do counts here. Like that. That worked. Okay, good. That worked. Okay. So fairly similar. Yeah. So thank you, Sadachi. So fairly similar to kind of what we did before, right? Still kind of using the same methodology, I think. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I think the list comprehension was shorter. And essentially that's kind of what we're doing here, right? but I mean, still good to have another way to do it. We did use map for this, which is what the goal was. So perfect. I want to compare these two. So unfortunately I didn't save the first one. I should have done that. So I'm going to copy this. We're just going to back this out. I'm going to put it back. Don't worry. Yeah. No, not quite. There we go. So let's compare the two options, right? Of course, Code Drift. Hi, good to see you. Good to have you here. All right, so first one, we're saying just convert the individual element into integer for x in counts. This one is essentially kind of doing it the other way around, right? We're saying, all right, map each element to an integer and then convert it back into a list. So it's really 6 of one, half dozen the other in this case. X and yeah, exactly, Sudachi. I really think the list comprehension is the better solution here. So X, if you come up with a way to do it with only maps, that's fine. You're welcome to share it. But we're gonna go with this solution. I think we've beat this dead horse enough for now. We're gonna go with the list comprehension. I like this one a lot. I think it looks good. It was fun to experiment though, it always is. But in the end, I think what we ended up with was a list comprehension inside of a map, right? So let's just do the list comprehension in this case. I think it works really well and it's fairly easy to read. All right, so our sum here was 2666. And then our Python code is, I want to make sure I get rid of all my extra chuff here. Save. And copy that and pop it in here. And submit. Hooray, we got it right. Go chat. All right, we've got other exercises to do, so we got to move on. Oh my goodness, Code Drift, thank you so much for subscribing. It's great to have you here. It's so very kind of you. I have a sub screen for you. Wow, thanks for the sub. Thanks for being here. Okay, we got 2 more exercises to do, folks. We gotta chop it along here a little bit. But we were very successful with the first one. And it looks like we're going to be doing something similar just with JSON this time around. So hopefully we can use what we've discovered for the XML version. Oh, thank you, Code. That was very kind of you. Yes, and now you have access to my wonderful emoji set. So as you've discovered, you can use my emotes now in chat. Enjoy. Okay, we're going to write a Python program similar to the sample code. We're going to prompt for a URL, read the JSON. And yeah, we're essentially doing the same thing that we did for the XML, except we're doing it with JSON this time. So should be very doable. We have a sample file here. Is it the same? I think it's, yeah, so this is the same sample file, except it's JSON. Perfect. Again, we just have name and count elements. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. And yeah, the goal is the same. And the sample information is the same as well. So let's go ahead and do it. I'm not gonna drink like a gallon of water. I'm gonna do the 2 more hydrates and then I'm done. Okay. All right, that's all for now. I don't know how many you redeemed, but you know, I'm only doing those 3 for now. Okay. So let's look at the sample code. We breached the code. Oh, that's the wrong one. I have too many tabs open now. Okay. Yeah, so this is going to be similar. I like how this is read. Get the characters. Yeah, so again, similar. We're just looking into the tree. Yeah, so we should be able to really use the same principle that we used for the first one. Think so. All right, let's do it. So this will be called sum json.py. Copy the starter code. and pull it over a little bit. All right, so same thing, open the URL, read, print. And I'm just curious, I want to see, I just want to print, I'm going to do a print on counts here. So let's just see how this looks different or it's similar to the XML. So remember when we printed the XML, we essentially got back like a list of like metadata tags and their locations. Let's see what the JSON looks like. I think, I have an idea of what it's going to look like or what I expect it to look like, but let's just do that. And we're going to comment these elements out for now. Whoops. And just comment all these out. And let's just print some JSON. I just want to see what these, I'm expecting them to look like JSON objects. Oh, is it? That's the XML? Oh, okay. Yep. Did I grab the wrong? I did. Yeah, I grabbed the wrong code here. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, I'll get the right one here in a second. Wild true. That's enough for a fish tank. Yeah. Wild true. Mine will hydrate. I like that. Yes. Good catch, Null. I appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Not me. Don't worry. They say, do you have to use Python or you chose this? I chose this. Yeah, this is a course. We're doing a course right now. This is more of like a learning experience because I work in data engineering and Python is a really great language for data engineering. So, and I'm also planning on using Python to do a pretty large web scraping project where we're going to be scraping a bunch of HTML from a real website to help me build a database. So yeah, it's going to be super useful. I chose it for that reason because I have an application that I want to use it for. All right, but I think we can keep some of this information. So instead of this, we're going to say import JSON. We're going to have a URL. It's going to hit our file here, which is going to be this. URL is going to be that, which is the JSON one, which is correct this time. We're going to retrieve it, and then we're essentially just going to load that JSON in. So this should be simpler. So I'm actually going to get rid of this, retrieving URL. We're going to load the JSON from that URL. I guess I'm going to have to, actually, wait, hang on. I am going to have to have, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself here. So I am still going to need this request library, but I'm also just going to need to import JSON. Yeah. So do this, import JSON. I want to open the URL and I want to read the data. Yep. So I'm going to read the data and then from there, I want to retrieve the data. Actually, I'm going to keep that. And I'm going to grab this. And I'm going to grab. So yeah, I need to read the data first using the URL lib request thingy because I'm opening that up and then I'm going to read the data and then I'm going to store it. I'm going to tell Python that it's JSON and then I'm just going to print, let's see what do I want to print here. What's going to be useful? Yeah, we'll just print the length of it. Do that, that's fine. So we'll start there. We'll make sure that we're reading the data correctly. Let's see, Action says, oh, sorry, I'm going back up here through chat. Not me says, sure, Python is good. Not my first choice, but work for what you described. Yeah, of course, not me. Great to have you here. Yeah, and that's what we always say, right? It's always about what is the right tool for the job. Am I going to use Python for everything? Heck no. For web development, I'm going to use JavaScript or React or React, right? For database queries, I'm going to use SQL. But for data engineering, for scraping huge parts of huge globs of data and then analyzing that data, I'm going to use Python. Yep. Yeah, and I am going to be streaming this project live too. So we're going to finish this course, and then I'm going to stream the project that I'm going to be working on, and doing the web scraping and everything. Yeah, check out that book, Selma. Exactly. And thank you so much for the follow, Danny Express, as well. Yeah. No, I get where you're coming from, not me. So I come from a SQL and JavaScript background where indentation literally does not matter. And so for me, getting comfortable with the indents has been a big part of the learning curve. But I've found that the juice is worth the squeeze in this case. All right, so let's run this. Let's just see what we get. Okay, so doesn't like something. All right, retrieving. Okay, so it's retrieving. Oh, and it's the wrong URL again. Whoops. That's why I didn't like it. Do that. Make sure it's the right URL. I'm getting all turned around here as I'm copying and pasting across different things. Okay, try that again. There we go. Okay, great. So, read that. Now let's see how many. I'm seeing user count 2 here. That seems suspect. So let's look at this URL here. Yeah, okay. Hi, Danny Express. Not me says, listen, for once when I say I don't like Python, you're hitting all the points as to why you should. I love it. Yeah, hey, it's everybody has their preferences, right? I didn't like it at first because of the indents, but then once I started actually using it for real world tasks, I was like, holy heck, this is really useful. So, hey, to each their own. All right, let's see where I screwed up here. We're retrieving this one here. We're opening it. All right, let's just go ahead and print what's in info. Rather than the length of info, we're just going to print what's in info. Okay, save that. Let's print the raw object. Okay, great. Yes, there we go. That's what we want to see. So this is the whole object. Perfect. And my guess is that the reason it showed a count of 2 is because of the list object that's surrounding it. Yeah. I was just catching up with chat there. Yeah. Okay. So what we probably need to do is just drill down into this object a little bit more. So at least we're retrieving the right thing and it's able to print it. So perfect. The rest is just parsing the information. So what is the structure of this? Yeah, okay. That's why it said length of 2, because this is so it's going into the parent object, right? And we need to drill down into the comments right here. So I know this isn't going to be quite what we're looking for, but I need to do this. We're just going to do this. Yeah, right. Well, yeah, these are the list. We printed the list items. This is item 1 and this is item 2. Yeah. See if that works. Okay. Has no attribute comments. Oh. Let's see. It does have an attribute comments though. I know. This is Python, not JavaScript. That's what's tripping me up because I'm used to working with objects in JavaScript. Okay. All right, that's fine. That just means we need to review. I need to review the information. How do we access that specific item? JSON, parsing JSON. Here we go. Yeah, okay. I need to use bracket notation here. Yep. So info. So this isn't going to be quite what we're looking for, but it's closer. I'm just doing this incrementally. So comments, like that. Okay, let's try this. Yes. All right. That's it. That's what I wanted. So what do we got here? What we got here is essentially just the name part. So now this is returning is a list with all of the individual people information. Previously, what we were getting back was this, intro text here, all this stuff. We don't want that. We don't care about that. I want just the meat of it. I just want the people and their information. And then I need to drill down into the count element for each. So instead of printing this, I'm going to store it as a list. So I'm going to say, what do I call this? I'm going to call it people. And this is going to be a list. So actually we'll do this. People list. So this is going to be the whole list of all the people. And from there, I should be able to, I want to grab the comment item for each one in the, so I think I can still use a list comprehension like this. Sorry, I'm kind of speaking in half sentences, but I'm speaking out loud here, or thinking out loud. So this is going to be just the people, and it's going to get rid of this first part. So it's going to be just a list of all the information. And then I'm going to create a sub list. So I'm going to do inside of each element, I want to grab essentially x dot, so for in people list, for each element in people list, I want to grab the count value. And let's print that. Let's see what we get from that. Print counts. Okay. Oh yeah. Thanks. I'm gonna keep doing that. I'm gonna keep doing that. This is why we repeat stuff, right? Criminy. That's the kind of mistake I'm gonna keep making over and over again, and then eventually I'll grow out of it. Oh boy. Yeah, there we go. Okay, finally. So now we have just all the counts. And then essentially from there, I can just sum that and return it. Should be able to. Yay! But you can see how it can be helpful to just do things sort of incrementally, like we have been doing, right? You just kind of, you get one step, you check whether you're right on that step, and then you go to the next step. A common mistake that I see folks making, especially, as you're learning how to approach these problems, is trying to do the whole thing all at once and then not knowing where something went wrong. And so if something isn't working as expected, break it down into smaller elements and do those individually until you can make progress toward the solution. So if you can guarantee that you've done one step right, then you can feel comfortable going on to the next step. Do this. Here. See. Save. All right, let's see if it works. Yeah, and then we'll try it. Yes, and after we get this working, then I do want to see if we can condense this, because in JavaScript you would be able to condense this using double bracket notation, essentially doubling up these two steps into one. But let's try it this way first, and then we'll refactor. All right, it works. Go team. Okay. Thank you for repeatedly reminding me, chat, of forgetting to, format things as indexed properly. I do appreciate that because, I'm going to make that mistake over and over again, like I said. All right, let's well, yeah, we'll refactor it first. We'll see if that works. Info comment. So yeah, essentially what X is suggesting there is double bracket notation. So instead of X count, people list, info comments. So instead of like doing these as two separate steps, is just saying, hey, drill down twice. Comment this out. Drill down twice into this object and see if we can get directly to what we're looking for. Okay, so people list equals info comments. So people list, I just want to go straight into info. Let's see, info. I don't know. We'll see if this works. It's worth a try. Yeah, okay. Wasn't sure if that was going to work. No, it will fail. No people list exists. Yeah, no people list does, but info does exist. So essentially we've taken this and we've pulled it into a JSON object. So that's why I made this correction. One line code, I know. It's not always the best, but it's fun to try, right? So yeah, so this is looking at the info object and we're trying to do double bracket notation. First looking at comments, drilling into that item, and then from there drilling into the count item to try to get counts. That did not work. If there's a way that this can be done, I'm all ears. Because double bracket notation does work in JavaScript in some cases, depending on what you're doing. But I'm not sure if it works in Python. So if anybody can instruct me on how to do this properly, awesome. Otherwise, I'm going to go with the solution that we already came up with. Which is just the 2-liner instead of the 1-liner, and that's fine. Nothing wrong with 2-liners. Let's try this again and make sure it still works. Yeah, okay. Oh, I need to go back to the exercise. I have too many tabs open, folks. We're going to close some of these tabs. I'm getting all turned around here. Why do I have so many tabs open? Okay. Go back here. Let's try info comments. Okay, we'll try that. One more thing to try. And yeah, I can see what you're going for. Get the second item. Actually, no, that's not going to work. No, that's not going to work. Because if we're drilling into comments, that's only going to return the second item in the comments list. So it's only going to return one value. Yeah, and we could do this. We could maybe do this. I think this might work. Yeah. Yeah, that worked too. All right. Yeah, I like this. We'll do that. That's a 1-liner and it works. So essentially what we're doing here is we're drilling into the comments element first, and then looping through that element and drilling into the count element to get each item there and convert it to an integer and then sum it and print the count and the sum. All right. So go back to the exercise, and now we got to try the real data. We've only done the sample data so far. We got to keep on trucking here. Drop this in, and we expect that our sum should end with 83. Okay, 83. Let's see what we get. Yeah, 2483. We did it, chat. Good job, chat. 24. Oops, not that. 2483. Okay. Zoom in a little bit. I know it's hard to keep everything visible. 2483. Okay, got that. copy the code, and submit. Hooray! Correct answer. Good job, chat. Way to go, folks. All right, we got one more exercise to do, people. We got to keep going. So we are going to look at this. We're going to look at this exercise. I think we're probably going to take a break first, though, because it's been a hot minute since we took a break. We've been grinding here for a little while. So we're going to read the exercise. We'll think about it, and we will take a break, and then we'll come back and we'll do the exercise. Oh my goodness, Selma, thank you so much for the subscription. That's so kind of you. And they use their Prime sub too, which is awesome, meaning that it doesn't cost Selma anything. And it still benefits the Twitch streamer. So if you are a Prime subscriber, please do use your Prime sub. It is free for you to use. I'm not saying use it on me. I'm saying use it on anybody. Just don't let it go to waste. Okay, so write a Python program similar to this one, where it prompts for a location, contacts a web service, and retrieves JSON for the web service. Retrieve the first plus code from the JSON. So we have a static subset of OpenStreetMap data. And great, there's no rate limit. That's helpful. We'll call the API. And okay, and then we're going to, what they're expecting as an answer is a alphanumeric code. And we need to find the plus code for a specific location. And they've given us the first 5 characters of the plus code. Okay, this seems doable. Essentially, we're just going to have to hit the API and extract the relevant data. And since we're going to be getting JSON back, we should be able to dip into that object fairly easily and extract the JSON and get the appropriate code. So if you've ever interfaced with an API before building a JavaScript app, we should be able to do this just fine with Python. All right, but as I mentioned, we are going to take a break, so I'm going to keep you in suspense, and when we come back, we're going to finish this exercise, and and then after we do the exercise, as usual, we're just going to have a little bit of a free-for-all chat, and then we'll go raid somebody, okay? Sound good? And Killer Code says, what you do looks more interesting than what I do in sysadmin school, so I downloaded Python. Yeah, I don't know. I just really love data engineering. For me, it's kind of like you're constantly on a treasure hunt, and you don't know what you're going to find. And, you know, sometimes you wander into a whole, like, bunch of thorns or, you know, there's a dragon guarding the treasure or whatever, but there's always treasure at the end. And so for me, you know, data engineering, learning all these data engineering tools, you know, Excel, SQL, Python, it's fun because you're always discovering stuff. I don't know. I really like data engineering for that reason. It's always something new to discover, a new way to slice and dice data, or a new way for users to screw up the data that you're getting. So many emojis. But anyway, all right, let's take a break. Come back, we'll finish this exercise, then we'll chat for a while, and then we'll read. Okay? See you back here in 5. No worries, Selma. Thank you again for being here, and thank you so much for the subscription. Of course. See you next time, Selma. All right. See you all after the break. Alrighty, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back if you're coming back. No worries if you have to leave. I see some folks bemoaning that, but that's okay. I will see you all next time. Also, these streams are recorded, so catch the recording when you have a chance. Otherwise, if you're coming back, please make sure you're staying hydrated. Pet your dogs, pet your cats, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. Good to have you all back here. What is my hair doing? I don't even know. All right. My hair always starts out looking decent on these streams and then ends up a mess by the end, but that's okay. All right, let's do this last exercise. So we are hitting this API. We can use this code for starters, so we'll use that. We'll grab the code first. Let's see. Open geo API.py. Let's grab that starter code. We'll look at it in just a minute. For now, I'm just going to grab it. Save it. Okay. Prompts for location, context the web service, retrieve the JSON, and retrieve the first plus code from the JSON. All right, great. So let's take a peek at this. Okay, and that is the correct URL that they want us to hit. We're ignoring SSL errors. We can keep that. Essentially, okay, now we're keeping this connection open because while true, we asked it to enter a location. We are stripping the address. Chat, what does strip do? What are we doing here when we call strip? What does strip do, chat? Anyone remember? Right. Exactly. It's removing all the extra white spaces from the start or the end. And then we're defining a new dictionary here, and we're setting the Q value in that dictionary to address. So essentially it's saying, all right, Q is going to have a value of address. Yes, exactly right. Yep. And then we're taking the URL, retrieving the URL, getting the content, decoding that content, I'm assuming into JSON. Like you strip a wire, exactly. Retrieve the data. Woo, goodness. Vile23, thank you so much for gifting the sub. Thank you so much, Vile. Wow, thanks for the sub. Askyo1, thank you so much for the follow as well. Great to have you all here. I really appreciate the support today. It's been fun. Once again, thank you, Val. Thank you for gifting a sub. That's very kind of you. Lucy the Rose, thank you so much for the follow as well. Great to have you here. Oh, KP. Yeah, it can be weird when you have to, prioritize your time in a different way. But hey, it's great that you're advancing your career as well. That'll lead you to whole new groups of friends. No, you're good. Okay. So retrieving the data. This is funny that the abbreviation is JS. That feels a bit weird, but sure. All right. Checking to see, did we get JSON back? If we didn't, then we essentially set that to none. So if we didn't get any JSON back, then we print an error and we print whatever we did get back. Otherwise, if we did get some JSON back, but its length is 0, then we just print object not found and we print whatever we got. Otherwise, we print, so we dig into the JSON. Okay, so yeah, this is using, all right, this is using multiple bracket notation. So interesting. So it is possible to do. That's good to know. So it is possible to do multiple bracket notation, because what they're doing here is they're taking the overall JSON object and essentially going into the features, the features key, grabbing the element at index 0, going into the properties key, and then grabbing the value at key lat. And then the same thing for lawn. So digging into both, and then for one grabbing the latitude object and one grabbing the longitude object. And we're going to illustrate this. I'm going to print out essentially the root objects, or the root dictionary, so that we can see the structure of this and how it's drilling into that root dictionary to get these values. And then similarly here, going into features, valued index 0, properties, and formatted. Now, I would think that maybe you could store like this part of the drill down in a variable, but I mean, either way, it's going to work. Yeah. So, I mean, they did use it. So Maiva, they did use a try except here, just not for the whole thing. I guess maybe because they wanted to handle specific cases here, and print out specific messages for each case. I don't know. All right, so let's just try this. But what I do want to print is, I do just want to do a blanket print of just the value in JS. So we'll just do a print JS and let's just see what we get along with these other things. And it's going to ask for a location and take that in. Okay, great. So let's see how this looks. OpenGeo API.py. So it's going to ask us to enter a location. And so we'll go ahead and we'll do South Federal University. That's not the one they want us to find, but we're going to do this one first. Great. Okay. So I'm going to move this over so y'all can see it a little better. So we're retrieving this URL. And we retrieved all these characters, and essentially what we get is a big nested object. And actually, I want to open this in the browser so I can have it be pretty formatted so you can actually read it. So we're going to do this. And then I want to do a pretty print. There we go. All right, so this will make it easier to look at. So what do we get back from this API when we send a request for a location? We get this dictionary with multiple key value pairs. So the first one being type, we don't care about that. But what we do care about is features. And specifically, we want to drill down to the latitude and longitude here in this code. I mean, that's not what we want eventually, but for this code, we want to drill down to the latitude and longitude. So if you're looking at the output of a new API and maybe it doesn't have very good documentation, sometimes you just gotta get back a glob of data and just look at it formatted. I would highly suggest doing what I'm doing here, which is where I'm looking at it in like prettified with proper indents and stuff, versus just looking at the raw JSON. And you can do that in your browser, or there's extensions you can install that can do it in VS Code. I'm just doing it in the browser because that's easy. But so we have, okay, so we're in features, and let's see, what do we want? Well, the latitude and longitude are here. So how do we get there? Well, we drill into features, and then that features is itself a list, right? So from that list, we want the first element, which is all this right here. So features, and then the first list element, and then specifically, oh, sorry, no, we want down, well, I guess it's here and it's down here. So they've chosen to go into features, okay? And oh yeah, and then the first element, which is here. So all of this is the first element. Maybe, no, wait, here. Yeah, this is all the first element here. And then from there, yeah, so that's the first element. And then from there, we're going into properties. And then from there, we're going into latitude and longitude. That's gnarly. Okay. Yeah, so properties. And then from there, grabbing the latitude and longitude elements, or sorry, keys from there. Okay. Hey, Revisualize, welcome to the stream. So all those steps to get there are essentially listed out here. So features, first element, properties value, latitude value. Yep, nested objects, 100%. And this happens, this is very common in APIs. Very, very common. And, you know, more complicated APIs can have really complicated responses. That's kind of what we're seeing here. And hopefully that API has good documentation, which will tell you how things are formatted and how you should format your requests to get exactly what you want. But that's not always going to be the case. And so you can use something like Postman to send test requests. You can look at things sort of raw in the browser like this. Just, you know, make it easy on yourself and format it in some way so that you can actually read it. All right, so we don't want the latitude and longitude. We want a different element. So let's find the element we're actually looking for. Thank you so much for the follow, Corbin. Good to have you here. So what do we actually want? We want the plus code. Okay, so let's do a Control F here on the response and find the plus code. Oh, here we go. So the plus code is down here. I'm going to drag this over. So where is it? The plus code is down here. And yeah, so it's the same level in the JSON as the latitude and longitude, looks like. So it's in properties. And we just want the plus code property, I think. Yes, we could have used, they could have used coordinates in the script as well and just grab the first and second element from the coordinates. Yep, that would be another way to do it. That's why I first zeroed in on that and I was like, oh, that's where they got it from. But nope, just a different place. And you'll find that, and that's another thing you'll find in APIs as well, is sometimes they'll have the same information listed multiple times in multiple formats because they want it to be as usable as possible for you depending on what type of request you're making. So you will see that. You'll see the same information sometimes repeated multiple times, just with different formats or combinations, just to kind of give you the most bang for your buck in terms of your request and to allow you to simplify your request to get exactly what you want. So we're going to use plus code, and that should just be if we modify this script a little bit. So we're still going to go into properties, but instead of latitude and longitude, we're just going to retrieve the plus code. So do that, get rid of this, and then we're going to print the plus code. And print the plus code. All right, let's see what we get now. We should get 6FV, blah, 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 whatever. And I'm searching for South Federal University. And see, oh, did I already? Okay. Oh, it's it's doing a while true, so it's going to keep asking me for locations. So I need to actually kill this first. There we go. Run it again. Okay, great. So that gave me the correct plus code. Kairamira, thank you so much for the follow. Great to have you here. So yeah, down here at the bottom, I have a lot of print statements in here. I can get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. Save this. Kill it. And try again. There we go. All right. So that makes it a little easier to see. That's the plus code. And so now we should just be able to enter the other location that they gave us. Action says, when you kill, do you do Control D? I'm doing the JavaScript kill command, which is Control C. So that may be wrong, but it kills it. Maybe inelegant, but it did kill the program. Yeah, the OS kill command. Yeah, that's the one I'm used to using. All right, so we want to find the Instituto Tecnológico de Santo Domingo, and I apologize, I butchered that pronunciation. Let's try this. All right, so it's given us the plus code 77CGF2QQ plus 35, and I think that's correct because it's telling us that the plus code starts with 77CGS. Hooray! CGF, sorry. Yeah, so I think this is correct, chat. I think we got it. But yeah, that was useful because essentially what we did is we just retrieved a test response first, just a general, yes, we had all this code that they gave us, but really the meat of it was just, okay, look at the response, look at the entirety of the response, basically the entire dictionary that we get back. Look at the entire dictionary that we get back, and how do we drill down to exactly the element that we want, which is this. And then really the entire meat of this code is just this one line right here. How do we actually parse this response that we get back? All this is just kind of preparation. Retrieve the response, convert to JSON, make sure that we actually got something back, do error handling, and then actually find what we're looking for, which is right here. Okay? Great. So I think we got it. I'm going to kind of clean this code up just a titch. I'm going to get rid of this print statement here. Get rid of this print statement here. And I'm going to leave the error handling. That's fine. Save that. We're going to run it one more time. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. Grab the plus code. And I know I went through this one kind of faster just because a lot of us are already kind of familiar with APIs and their responses, but if there's something you're confused about how we were interacting with this API or how we were looking through the JSON to figure out where to go, please speak up because we can go over it again. I just know a lot of the folks in the audience are coming from sort of a web development background, so you might have some experience with APIs prior. All right, let's try it, see what we got. Hey, we got it, chat. Good job, everybody. Way to go. X asks, now in the previous question, can we try double bracket notation? Yeah, we can try it. I'm not, we'll see if it works. I'm thinking there may be something about the way that the object is constructed, but we'll see. So yeah, let's rotate back to that. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this, but I do think it's worth trying. So we'll go here. I've got the JSON. So essentially we have an object and then the first element in that, dictionary, my bad. The first element in that dictionary is a list, and that list contains X number of items. So essentially this is the first element in the list. First element in the dictionary is a list that contains X items. Okay. So if we want to try to do it with bracket notation, it's going to look like this. And I'm not going to get rid of this, but we're going to say counts equals count. Okay, let me think about this. I'm going to go index 4x in info comments. Count. I need to make each one an integer. I'm not sure this is going to work with double bracket notation. Just because of what we're trying to do. Okay. Let's do, okay, we'll do this. Hang on. So new int x, 4x in comments. Yeah, I don't think this is going to do what we want. Okay, let's do this. First off, before we try to actually run this, I want to do this. Yeah, we still need a loop. We can't just yeah, I think that's the problem here. But we're gonna do this first. Kill this. And we're gonna do some. Yeah, okay. Integers must be, indices must be integers or slices, not strings. Oh, and I need to do, okay. Yeah, because, yeah, so that's why that's not working. Okay, because let's look at the structure of our data here. So here, we'll do this first. Let's do it as in increments. So first I'm just going to print info comments. This should work, I think. Yeah, that works. So we're drilling down to the first level. We're drilling down to comments, which returns just a list of all the people, right? All the people, all these, it's just a list of all these dictionaries. And then, yes, as action says, we can get the first element. This will work as well. That's going to go into the first element in the list and get that. That will work as well. So when I run this again, we'll get the first element in the list. See, get the first element in the list. Great. It's Rhiannon, which is a great name. But the challenge now is that we need to get all the elements, right? And so, yeah, so then we could do this. We could do, we could get the count by then drilling in one level more. We could do that by drilling in one level more, exactly. And there we get, the answer we get is 100. So that works great for each individual element, yes. But we need to loop, right? We've done it. Yeah, we did it. We did it, but it's not giving us all of them, right? Which is the overall goal. So yes, the multiple bracket notation does work for individual elements. But it's not giving us the, it's not giving us the sum. So I do think that the other way we did it, which is this way here, and Migas, welcome to the stream, by the way. They say for key value in info comments dot items. Yes, we could do that as well. We could do, a loop like that. The challenge here was to see if we could do it in double bracket notation. So using this type of notation where you drill down, into the JSON with multiple brackets. So that's kind of our little, our initial solution was this right here, which works. Or sorry, no, I gotta go back farther. Dang it, I keep getting rid of my solutions. Hang on. Let me go back a little bit here. I need to not do that. There we go. Okay, so this was our initial solution. I just don't want to I don't want to lose that. So this works. I don't think that's gonna work, but let's try it. It's okay. We'll see. Oh, it might. It might. I see what you're doing there. All right. Int. Okay, what are we doing here? We got some missing stuff here. All right, so 4x. I don't think this is going to work, but that's all right. We'll try it. Okay. Let's see. Info comments. Okay, where are you wanting this? Where are you wanting this closing parenthesis to be? Yeah, but where do you want it to be? Here? Yeah, no. Okay. So again, our problem is still that we so okay, let's parse through what this is doing. So let's say I don't have that here. Here we go. All right. So 4x in info comments, all it's doing is it's trying to say, all right, loop through these dictionaries in the comments list, and yeah, it's not able to identify what x is. Like the notation just isn't jiving. So yeah, I think this just still isn't quite what we're going for here. But decent try. I still think that, I think that this is the cleanest way to do it here. Yeah, exactly. It's so every X here. So yeah, that's a good way to phrase it. I was trying to figure out how to phrase it and I was having trouble. So thank you for that, Brash. So every X is one of those sub objects. So every X is one of these dictionaries. So these dictionaries don't have keys, they have key value pairs. Yeah, got it. Okay. Yeah, exactly. X basically is element 0. Yeah. Good try, though. All right. But yeah, we did solve all of them. So good job, everybody. And it's always fun to experiment, right? But let's go ahead and wrap it up. As far as education wise. As always, I do like to, yeah, we did all the exercises. Let's give ourselves a little round of applause here. We got all the exercises done. So we did 3 today, which is more than we normally have in these lessons. So we extracted data from XML, we extracted data from JSON, and we used an API. Now, pretty soon, I did peek ahead. I haven't done any of the exercises, but I was trying to get a feel for lesson length and stuff like that. In one of the future lessons, we will actually get to use OpenStreetMap to add pins to like one of those Google Maps you see on a website. We'll actually get to use OpenStreetMap to add pins based on user entered locations, which should be really cool. I'm excited about that. Yeah. So, but at the end of every stream, I always like to take a few minutes to just chat about whatever y'all would want to chat about. If you have a topic you wanted to bring up sooner, but you were like, oh, she's talking about something else, I don't want to bring it up right now. Or if you have any questions for me, or if you want us to go over something that we covered earlier that you didn't quite get, this is the time to bring that up. X says fun and code debugging was 5-star. Oh yeah. Yeah, troubleshooting is a skill, right? It's something that you should practice. You should practice getting things wrong and trying to figure out what you did wrong, and trying people's suggestions, and asking for help. Asking for help is often a skill that many of us don't have growing up because we're expected to be self-sufficient, but asking for help can be a good thing. Revisualize says, what were you working through? We are working on a lovely free course called Python for Everybody. It is free and it is comprehensive. It covers pretty much every element of Python, from general data structures and algorithms to data visualization, to database work, to APIs, and it's really lovely. We've been covering it for the past few months, and yeah, it's been really great. And it's free, which is even better. Nil says, "Are you in this crazy snowstorm belt?" Not really. I think we're getting a little bit of snow and some cold today. I have a friend well, a friend and coworker in Louisville, Kentucky, who is really getting hammered right now in terms of snow and ice and all that nonsense. Oh, Vasp, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. Crispy Bacon Strip, I love that name. Thank you for the follow. Migas, thank you for the follow. Cairo, thank you for the follow. Lovely to have you all here. X says, "What does your tool belt look like for data engineering?" Yeah, so data engineering is going to vary from like what a data engineer does is going to vary from place to place. Personally, hey, Hat Knight, good to have you here. Good to see you again. Revisualize, thank you for the follow, and Clay, thank you for the follow. Oh my goodness, so many follows. But yeah, so what a data engineer does is going to vary quite a bit, from place to place. So just the same as like what a developer does is going to vary from place to place. Oh my goodness, Dieticus, thank you for the follow as well. Um, so for me, I work for a university that has kind of a central data office, I guess. And so I'm on the central data team, and we manage the data flows from kind of all the peripheral systems around the university. So, there's all these different systems, like the system that monitors the door swipes at the gym, or the cash registers in the cafeterias, the class registrations for students, the room reservations in buildings, the heck, I don't know, the employee timesheets. All of those are separate electronic systems that are feeding data into kind of the central data warehouse, I guess. And so my team kind of manages all those data flows, make sure that everything's flowing, and then we also transform, combine, format the data that we're receiving from all those separate sources into something that an analyst could actually sit down and use. And so, that involves cleaning the data, that involves manipulating it, combining it, generating new data from the data we're receiving. And then we make it available in a sort of a GUI format, like a GUI tool that analysts can use so they don't have to query the database directly. So we make it presentable and then we give it to the analysts. And so in order to do that, I primarily use, to do that, we build ETL pipelines, so extract, transform, load pipelines. And there's a lot of different tools that you can use for that. There's, things like Snowflake. There's things like DBT. We use Informatica, which is kind of a, stodgy, like, government agency type tool. It's an older tool, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But it works. It does the job. So yes, we use Informatica, and also, we build all the database structures as well. So to do that, we use SQL. Specifically, again, because it's a large agency, we use Oracle. That's kind of the classic government flavor of SQL is Oracle. We use Oracle SQL to build our database structures. And in addition to that, we use, various other tools. I mean, I have to build stuff in C#, just, internal tools. I use Microsoft Power Automate to automate things. I use, I've started using some Python to build things, just at work, do some quick analytics or do some simple parsing and that kind of thing with Python. And yeah, I mean, our stack is, and as far as tools, we obviously use VS Code, we use Git, all the standard industry stuff. And let's see, we also use some automation tools, some enterprise level automation tools outside of Power Automate. We use Excel, obviously. Let's see what else. Yeah, just really whatever tool is needed for the job, we'll pick it up and use it. Some more than others, but I mean, that's our primary stack. Watch Me says, have you worked on replicating a file instead of using the original one? Yes, we have done that. We have done a file replication in a few previous exercises. Revisualize says, do you think those skills are really needed in the new tech landscape? Absolutely, yeah. The thing that most people don't, or the thing that most people don't realize is that The new tech landscape is just built on top of the old one. Like with all these things, right? With any new tool, it's built on the shoulders of whatever came before. So with AI and all these fancy in cloud systems and all that stuff, for every new AI system, for every new cloud database, for every fancy new tool, there's a million databases that are powering that tool that are still running on all the old systems or all the old tools or all the old methodologies. Though they're never going to go away, they're just going to be buried under whatever the new paradigm is. And so that's why, I mean, that's why I've never been worried about, having SQL as my primary language. If SQL was invented in 1977, you'd think, oh no, what if it becomes obsolete? No. SQL is going to keep going forever, just like COBOL. Maybe probably longer than COBOL. It probably has a longer shelf life than COBOL. And so whatever the new flashy thing is, there's a million or a million people still using the old ways underneath it. Not to say that you shouldn't learn new ways of doing things. I love learning new ways of doing things. I annoy my coworkers with how often I'm like, hey, there's this new way we should try to do stuff. Can we try this? Like, or here, let me do a pilot program for you in this new, thing, right? But corporate is always going to be a decade or two behind the newest thing, if not more. Brashless says, at least it's not dbase RMS flat files. Brashless, we use a lot of flat files too. We have so many data sources that we import from at work because it's a large university. They're going to have a million different interconnected systems. Some of them talk to us directly, and that's great. Some of them we can receive data directly. They're dropping data straight into our systems, and we stream it in. But unfortunately, a lot of it is some of it's API calls, but more than I would like is flat files that are getting dumped onto an SFTP server. And that's just the way it is. Then we got to pick up those flat files from the SFTP server and we got to, ingest them into our services. No, AI is not going to replace us. The thing about AI, again, it's sort of like the emperor having no clothes. I love AI. I love ChatGPT. I love what it can do for me. I love natural language processing. It's so cool. But the thing is, every single one of those AI wonder tools is being fed by databases. It's being fed by raw data. Somebody's got to clean that data. AI can't clean that data because AI is learning from that data. Humans have to clean that data. Humans have to set up the connections from one source to another. Humans have to help the customers figure out what the heck they actually want. And I'm the kind of person I love that kind of thing. I'm kind of that person that's working under the hood to make all those beautiful, GUIs and interfaces happen. I'm shoveling the coal into the fire, that makes this whole thing run. And that's never going to go away. In fact, that's probably going to expand as these systems get more and more data hungry. You're going to need more and more people to shovel coal. I'm not saying it's glamorous because it isn't. A lot of the times people have no idea what I do or, have no appreciation for how their data, gets to the table, as it were, the things that they see in the database every day. They only care if it doesn't load. They only care if they don't see it. They don't care, the amount of effort that it takes to get it there. But that's okay because I really do love doing this type of work. Yeah, the old stuff always comes back on a job description. Yeah. Of course, X. It was good to have you here. Yeah, there's never enough employee hours to replace all the old ways of doing things. You always end up with with a bunch of outdated piecemeal ways of doing certain processes. 100%. Yeah, any new tool is going to have a spider web of dependencies on all the old tools. It takes far more effort to eliminate that long tail of legacy code and systems because each time you add a new tool, you're adding yet another layer to that. You're adding yet another vertebrae to that long tail of legacy systems and processes. RB, welcome to the stream. They say, I've noticed that the job only becomes important when the owner understands what they're used for. Yeah, yeah. Some of that is just communication, right? And as developers and as developer teams, that's sometimes we're not the best at that. Sometimes we don't communicate enough to the customer to tell them the importance of what we're doing, which we expect them to understand. When we make something appear magically, we kind of expect that they will have a sense of the complexity of what we're doing for them. And that's not the case. That's not their expertise. They don't know what goes into all of this. And so one thing that I make the effort to do when I'm working with a customer is give them a sense of, really stay in communication with them, give them the sense of the level of effort. Not to say like, oh my gosh, my job is so hard, but more of like, hey, okay, realistically, I'm going to have to do X, Y, and Z to accomplish what you want. Is that really what you want? If so, I will do it, and it's going to take this many sprints and this many hours. Or we could do this instead, which is easier and give you more time to work on other things, or give me more time to work on other things for you. Sometimes communication can help ease that barrier a little bit. Just to say like, hey, look, this is really what this is going to involve, and say it in simple terms, not trying to talk down to them or confuse them. Just give them a general sense of what's going on and then have that conversation. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the phrase "why can't we just" is a very, yeah, that one is a bit of a landmine, definitely. Yep. But yeah, and that's why so many tech jobs now are looking for people who are good communicators as well as people who can code. I've known some people, and I know some people who are fantastic, incredible coders, write beautiful code, but they really struggle to land a job because they aren't great communicators. And that's not a knock against them, but it just shows that, companies recognize that communication can sometimes be, something that is a challenge on dev teams, communicating to lay people, to business people. And that it's something that's important. It's something they want. They want people who can talk and phrase things in a business friendly way to a customer and really tell them what's going on. So if you are looking for a job, in as a developer, then I think it's important that you can also explain things in business terms in a way that the customer can understand. And sometimes, you wish the customer would try a little harder to understand, but hey, you can't, you got to work with what you got, right? I like that strain. Yeah. That's why Office Space is one of my favorite movies ever. You need someone that communicates with the people so the engineers don't have to. You're a people person. Yeah. I love that movie so much. It's even though it came out in like 2000 or like the late 90s, it's still entirely applicable today. Yeah, Brashla says if you can explain what your code is doing to your mom, if she isn't a dev, exactly, she could be a dev, then and they can understand it, then that's a great skill. Yep. Yeah, Nijo, if you haven't watched, the movie is called Office Space. Office Space. It is fantastic. It's still, like I said, it's the visuals are a little outdated, but the message is still prevalent. It's still applicable today. When I got I got my very first internship when I was a sophomore or a junior in college. I don't remember. And one of the very first things that we did as like a group of interns in our little house that we were living in together is we sat down and we watched Office Space. And it was perfect. It was just the best introduction to real work that I ever could have asked for. I'm so glad that we did that because it's kind of set the tone for the rest of my career and kind of gave me a set of expectations to have. Yeah, fantastic movie. Load PC letter. Yeah. Hey, X54. Hey, virtually, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow, virtually. Great to have you all here. X54, not Python. I don't know why don't you like Python? For me, and I'll say this again. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. Every language has a purpose, right? So just because a language isn't good for one thing, it might be perfect for something else. Otherwise the language wouldn't exist. Every language has a reason to exist. Now, is one language good at everything? No. But Does each language generally have a specialty that it is good at? Yeah. So, SQL, could I build an API in SQL? No. But SQL is the best way to talk to databases. Now, Python, the reason I'm learning Python is for data engineering. I want to be able to scrape and parse data quickly. And for me, Python is the best way to do that. X54. I'm glad that you said that. Python is too simple. Simple isn't bad. If I want to do data engineering, if my goal is to do data engineering, to scrape data, to parse it quickly and efficiently, Python is the best. Now, I know C Sharp, I know SQL, I know JavaScript, I know React, I know TypeScript, all these other languages. Those are better for a lot of other things. But we should never pigeonhole ourselves into one particular language when each language can have things it's better at, right? When we should allow ourselves to learn multiple languages. Yeah, exactly. We should allow ourselves to learn multiple languages so we can experience all the things that each language is good at, right? And then know when to apply a particular language to solve the problem that we have. Yeah, exactly. It's different goals, right? Now, me personally, I'm a data engineer. My day job is I build ETL pipelines. Like that's what I do. I work back end exclusively. But also here, I build on this stream normally, I build web applications, full stack web applications. I use JavaScript for that. So why pigeonhole yourself, right? Why limit yourself? Learn multiple languages. Yep, exactly. A good engineer picks up the right tool for the job, not walking around trying to use a hammer on nuts and bolts. Yep. And so for me, I came into this, I had a specific use case. My specific use case was I want to do web scraping because I have a project in mind, I guess is where I'm coming from. I have a project in mind, and that project involves scraping a large amount of web data and then quickly parsing that data into a specific format so that I can upload it into a relational database. And could I do it in other languages? Absolutely. But Python's the best tool for this job, so why not learn it? Arcade Nest, thank you so much for the follow. Polar Mutex, thank you for the follow. Victor, thank you for the follow. I think you thank you already. But again, yes. Virtually says, does Nightbot scripting count as programming? Absolutely. Yeah. Did you write code? Then you did some programming. Yep. Everybody starts somewhere. Malbolge is when you need to work up the nerve to tear your own hair out. Rockstar is when you want to feel like you're writing an epic ballad. Yeah. Oh man, I watched a really great like mini documentary on the creator of Rockstar, like the programming language Rockstar, and it was so much fun. He's such a cool guy. It was great. It was like an interview with him, and he talked about how he like came up with Rockstar on a whim, and then all of a sudden he found himself having to support this language that he didn't like really think was going to be a real thing, and all of a sudden he's like being asked to do like releases, and like people are doing pull requests, and he was really confused by the whole thing. It was pretty funny. COBOL is best. Yeah. I still want to learn COBOL. I think that would be fun. And not because I'm like, "Oh, I want to get a COBOL job," just because like I don't know, so since I already know SQL and SQL is kind of a similar era, I'm just like, man, COBOL might be fun to learn just for the heck of it. What's great about those languages is learning to write compilers for them, not actually use them. Oh yeah, and exactly too. I've heard that RB is if you only need to solve mathematical problems, it works well. Yeah, it does. Yep. COBOL is actually that's another reason why COBOL is in heavy use today still is because it is so good at business math. Like really reliable at just solving business math problems. Yeah. That's why so many banks still use it. Learning the ancient texts. Yeah. If your language is in all caps, SQL technically should be, but fortunately, you don't have to write it that way anymore. Yeah. There's two types of people: CS majors who prefer one language over another, and employed software devs who use whatever they're told to use. Yeah, I mean, I've had to use like 4 different flavors of SQL in my career. Just every time I change jobs, they ask me to use a different flavor of SQL, and I'm like, okay, guess I'm learning that. Now I get them all mixed up sometimes, which is fun. All right, folks. Anything else we want to talk about? If you got any questions or topics, feel free to bring them up. Otherwise, we're going to see about maybe rating somebody pretty soon. But if you got questions, feel free to ask them. Yeah, virtually, Python has a bunch of different libraries you can use for all sorts of various things. I'm probably going to be, mostly focus on like pandas and stuff like that, just for data analysis and stuff. But there's tons of different libraries you can use. Kind of similar to JavaScript, right? If you spin up a node, a node project, you can install a crap ton of different packages. RB says modern languages, the abstraction is way too deep and it only gives you a headache when you program on them. Hey, yeah, I mean, I value people who have a passion for the lower level languages, definitely. Because, like I say, all that stuff is still needed, right? Somebody asked earlier, oh, doesn't AI mean that like data engineering is obsolete? And I said no, because for every new system or format or paradigm you come up with, it's just going to sit on top of all the old ones, right? Like you say, it's just another layer of abstraction. And so somebody still needs to maintain those lower levels, just like people need to learn the new ones too. And so it's an ecosystem, not a single line. Oh, that's so cool, Booger. Yeah. Okay, yeah, visualize. We'll look at them. Dave Eddy. Okay. I appreciate the suggestion. Lurking says, any links of stream platform where more devs hang out besides Twitch? I mean, I think Twitch is the primary one. There's always YouTube streaming too. But I don't know. Does anybody know if YouTube streaming has categories like Twitch does? Like in Twitch, you can go to the software and game dev category. I really haven't played around with YouTube streaming. So does it have categories like Twitch does? Hat Knight says, do you have experience with Power Query and stuff like that for data analysis? Just wondering how prevalent that is. I have some experience with it, yeah. So, my organization was fiddling around with some, Power Query, Power Query, Power BI, like different kind of like query solutions for people who, didn't need to learn SQL. We ended up on Power BI, but I did mess around with Power Query a little bit. Oh, thank you for the follow, by the way, RRB. I appreciate that. And Chess City 93, thank you for the follow. Arcade Nest, I don't remember if I thanked you already. But yeah, I don't know how prevalent it is overall. I mean, it is a Microsoft product, and I believe is Power Query built into Excel now? I think it is. Yeah, Power Query and Power Pivot are built into Excel now, so pretty prevalent, I would imagine. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it is. I forgot about that. It used to be an add-on, but now Power Query and Power Pivot are built into Excel. Blueburger says, I work at a hospital in NYC. They're dropping Tableau for Power BI. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing. That's kind of what we're doing at my organization is we have Tableau currently. But right now it's running in tandem with Power BI. And honestly, the way things work, it'll never really go away. Like we'll always still be maintaining both Tableau and Power BI. But we are trying to transition, users over to more of the Microsoft ecosystem. So Power BI. And the nice thing about that is that it opens things up to more automation too. You can use Power Automate and Power Platform to do a lot more automation if it's within that Microsoft ecosystem. Nijo says, is Power Apps being used? Yes. Yeah. I'm probably the person on the team who's done the most with that. with automation and Power Apps and that kind of thing. But we just hired somebody who has a ton of experience with Power Apps. So I'm hoping that, um, yeah, I'm hoping that he can actually teach me some stuff because I've been mostly teaching myself. But he has more experience. So I'm excited to learn from him once he gets his feet under him a little bit. Yeah, I really love Power Automate, Power Apps. Really cool. And it's really cool how you can just like tie 5 or 6 different products together into a kind of a seamless experience for the user. Yeah. And so, yeah, I'm kind of the torchbearer for that in our organization because, hey, it's a university. They don't move very quickly. That's just how things go. If you get a job at a university, the pros are that it is chill as hell. Not to say that we don't do work, we do a lot of work, and sometimes things can get really hairy in terms of crises and things like that. But it's very respectful of your work life balance. It is, good culture, lots of collaboration, lots of holidays. But the cons are that it doesn't move very quickly. It takes a long time to change people's ways, to introduce people to new tools. Um, people generally want to, people generally want to keep doing what they're already doing. Right? And so it's hard to introduce new stuff. It's not it's not like a private company that's, got to keep innovating and moving on to the next thing. It's like, nah, we're just going to keep doing the same thing we've always done if you let us. So, it's a trade-off, right? COBOL web framework pattern on Ruby on Rails. Oh, that's cool. Government environment. It essentially is. Yeah, if you're looking at universities essentially operate kind of like government agencies a little bit. In that they don't really, there's no real like, they're not dependent on like quarterly results or anything. So things tend to move a little bit slower. There's a lot of tenure among employees, so you've got a lot of people who've been there for 40 years. Um, I'm I'm in my 30s and I'm one of the youngest people on the team. I think I may still be the youngest person on the team. So, I'm in my 30s. So lots of really knowledgeable people. I have multiple people on my team who started out doing mainframe programming in COBOL, which is really cool. I love that. It's so neat to like hear from them on what they did and how they used to do work on mainframes, IBM Big Iron and all that stuff. It's really neat. But that it can lead to some slowness in adapting to new ways of doing things. Strain says, I had a friend who worked at a place whose other software engineer was a 25-plus year veteran and refused to use Git for workflows. He wanted to push updates with batch files. Change is hard to facilitate within organizations sometimes. Funny story about that. I was the one who introduced Git to my team a year ago. Previously, they didn't have any version control. So, yeah. I empathize. But yeah, then we had to, does the team like it? Yeah, it's great. Yep. Yeah. Now I'm trying to work on introducing GitHub, which is, another step in the process. That is funny though. We're working on GitHub. We're gonna get there. I promise. Yeah, exactly. Brashless says, been in shops with no source control. It's insane, and most of the world did it that way. Yeah, we had so many conversations where it was like, what, this is broken. What happened? Who changed this? And everybody's like, mm. And so, that can only happen so many times before, we were like, okay, we got to do version control. RB says, what are you going to upload to the internet? What do you mean by that? I don't understand the question. All right, and while you're thinking about your question, feel free to ask it again. I just don't understand what your question was. I'm gonna look up that suggestion. Oh, RB says, "What do you? Oh, you mean like why are we introducing GitHub? Well, we have so most organizations and companies have a private instance of GitHub. So like an enterprise, like a walled garden, it's private. It's not, I'm not, you're not going to be able to see anything that anybody in the company uploads because it's in a private instance of GitHub. So the goal with using GitHub in that way is to just basically have a centralized source for that people can pull down into their local environments. The goal isn't for other people to see it. The goal is to just have this kind of centralized data source, version control source. Yeah. Yeah. And GitHub has like enterprise platforms that you can. So my university has an enterprise GitHub platform that people can. It's all protected, and you can set all sorts of permissions and stuff. And so yeah, that's what we're using. I think that's what most organizations use. Watch Me says, I assume their version control, the person that wasn't using version control was using a zip file with the code in it and title of the module with the date. I mean, yeah, like that's what I've worked on teams that did that. It was this, you had your file, and then you had version 2, and then you had version 3, version 4, final version 2, final version 2, final for real this time, final version 2, Friday the 3rd. Yeah, it got pretty gnarly sometimes. That's why Git is amazing. For all of its complexities and frustrations, it's still worth it. All right. I'm going to look up that person that was suggested. Yeah, final v3, final.backup.v4. Oh, yeah, that's how it goes, right? Oh, and thank you for the follow, whoever that was. Code Cannon and Federico, thank you so much. Thank you both so much for the follows. Great to have you here. Code Cannon, I like that name. It's like you're shooting code out of a cannon. I love it when I see cool usernames. All right, I'm getting there. We're getting to the raid step. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Yeah, of course, Code Cannon. It's great to have you here. Twitch's interface is being silly. Also, my secondary monitor is like super small, so it's always a challenge for me to pull up the raid screen. Come on, Twitch. Why won't you let me see the raid button? Okay, there it is. I just had to read Twitch's mind. Oh, thank you, Rufelin. I'm glad you like my username. I came up with it when I was 11 or 12. So it's got all that, edgy preteen goodness. But I'm glad you like it. I've gone by that name for the past, 20 years on the internet. So why stop now? All right, let's look up whoever it was. Dave Eddy. Okay, let's see about them. We'll zoom in here a little bit. Never stop. Yeah, right? Why not? Yeah, I came up with the name for so my family lived out in the my family basically lived out in the middle of nowhere, which hence why I didn't learn to code until after I went to college, because our typing teacher basically taught it, used to be a typewriter instructor, and so she basically just knew how to type on a keyboard, and that was it. No shade, but I mean, that's the kind of school that I went to. So anyway, we had dial-up internet forever, well into the 2000s. We were on that low-speed dial-up, baby. And so I used to spend a lot of time on text-based forums and stuff. And so the name Mayan Wolf is the one that I came up for, the one that I came up with for a text-based role-playing forum when I was 11. And because I couldn't watch YouTube, I couldn't play Neopets, I couldn't even load MySpace because my internet was too slow. So all I had was the text-based internet. That was all. That was my only option. Yeah, Strain says to all the younger users, be careful what email address you pick now because it will forever stay with you. Yep, 100%. My username now is the name of my bard from EverQuest 20 plus years ago. Yeah, that's kind of how it happens, isn't it? Watch Me says you're lucky my time we wrote code using paper. Hey, I mean, in college, I took one coding class in college because I wanted to try it out. I thought it might be fun. And they ended up making us write code on paper. And this was in the 2010s. They ended up making us write code on paper for the exams. And that basically killed any interest I had in coding for like almost the next decade. So yeah, I don't know why they did that, but there you go. All right, let me search for Dave Eddy. There we go. Okay, it looks like they're live. Let's see what they're working on. Okay. They said they're doing Advent of Code. Yeah, Advent of Code in Bash. Oh, that's fun. Okay. How about we raid Dave Eddy? Sound good? Oh, but before we go, let's just take a quick look ahead here. Let's take a quick look ahead. What are we doing next? We are doing so I'm hoping that what we can do next week is a two-parter. So by two-parter, I mean 2 lessons. So I'm hoping we can cover object-oriented programming and databases in one stream. And I say that because I checked to see how long this lesson was on object-oriented programming. It's fairly short. It's more of just, hey, this is what object-oriented programming is, and here's how Python can do it. There's not that much substance to it, I guess. And then the database part is where you learn SQL. So I kind of have a leg up there. And since I do SQL all day, every day, so shouldn't be terribly much of a challenge for me. I'm hoping we kind of breeze through the lesson and then just kind of nail the exercises fairly quickly. So that's the goal for next week, is to do both lessons, object-oriented programming and databases. And then after that, we're going to finally finish the course with some data visualization, which should be fun, especially for me. I don't know about you all, but it's going to be fun for me. And the SQL part should be too, right? Because we get to cover some of the basics of SQL. If you haven't used SQL before, I advocate for everybody to learn a little bit of SQL. I don't care what you specialize in. If you're full stack web dev, front end, back end, I don't care. Everybody should know a little bit of SQL. It is useful to almost everyone who has ever touched a database in their life. So I'm glad I get the chance to maybe talk about it a little bit next week. So that's the goal. We're going to do OOP and databases hopefully next week, and then finally wrap it up the following week, and then get on to the real project that I've been wanting to do this whole time. Code Cannon says, is this course free? It is, and I highly recommend it. You can do !project in chat for a direct link to the course. It is completely free, and if you decide to log into the site, it will track your progress as well. It has videos, it has written materials, it has quizzes, it has a discussion board. Yeah, it has exercises. It has everything you could want out of a well-built course. And it was constructed by a professor at the University of Michigan. So it has some real pedagogy and learning theory behind it. And he's also written courses on Django and C and C++, PHP, SQL. So whatever you'd like to learn, this guy has a course on it, and it's free. So I highly recommend. Really great course, great guy, great creator, and I recommend it. Yeah, we'll ask them what they're working on. Having Spring Code of SQL is important for pretty much any dev. Yes, I highly agree with that. SQL comes in handy for pretty much everybody, even if, like, really, I only recommend that you know enough to build a select statement. Just to say, hey, how do I select data from a database table? And maybe do a join or two, but not required. Yeah, but just how do I fetch data from a table? That's pretty much the minimum that you need to know. And you never know when it'll come in handy, and you're a wizard to everybody else on your dev team. Yeah, and SQL is the backbone of pretty much everything, because data is the backbone of everything. And SQL is the best way to interact with data. So if you know some SQL, you have a key to the underworkings of pretty much every element of the modern web. So that's why I recommend it. Of course, I'm a little biased. That's my day job, but still, it's come in handy, outside of just working in data. All right, folks, let's go ahead and raid, and I will see you all next week for hopefully a double header of object-oriented programming and databases. Thank you once again. Thank you all for joining me today, and I'm so excited to wrap this course up and really start applying Python to some real-world projects. I hope you all have been having a great time so far. And yes, please follow me on Blue Sky if you're not already. Mindwolf at bluesky.social. Or at mindwolf.bluesky.social. And I'm hoping to be more active on there and posting some cool stuff and fun interactions and that type of thing. So give me a follow if you'd like to. And yeah, I look forward to seeing you all next week. Of course, Happy New Year. Alrighty. Raid is starting now, folks. Please, and always, when we raid, please do show this person that we're raiding the same respect that you show me. Spread some positive vibes from our community to theirs. And yeah, just be good people, okay? All right, see you next week. Raid is starting now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alrighty, bye-bye.